K43R_ was first.
The streak continues. Oh, a loaf of bread. Like how the PB text is still showing. Yes, of course. It's very important that it shows right now. For the sake of me not forgetting to turn it back on. Hey, hey. Any updates on Sekiro Bingus? The update is I still am planning to do it. I just need to find a good time, and I need to actually ask people. The current plan is to do it. I think I said after Elden Ring bingo. Why is it now spaced differently? I think once I hit continue, it'll space itself correctly. There we go. Okay, now it's spaced correctly. See? Perfect. But yeah, I think the plan is after Elden Ring Bingus that we've got the weekend of the 16th to the 19th, and then before Night Rain comes out, because then we'll be playing Night Rain. So that's, I think the current plan is to try to get at least 2 games of Bingus in. One versus Aggie, who has consistently said he's been down, but I haven't like scheduled a thing. So hopefully he'll have time then. And one versus Josh, who's also said he is down. And then, if possible, maybe a 3rd or 4th. Maybe Parky's down. Maybe it has to have, you know, some slight handicaps, because, you know, she doesn't as much know, like, the whole game as I do. Maybe Chris as well. And Chris maybe is like, nah, it's too much for me. Maybe there's a handicap that could make it fun, but maybe he's like, no, I don't want to learn all the quests and all the locations of carp scales and blah, blah, blah. He might just be like, nah, that's not it. But it'd be cool to get more people. But yeah, at least Aggie and Josh, I think, are probably down. I just need to actually schedule it with them on that as well, so it'll be easy to keep up with. Yep. Okay. Now, as I'm getting back into it, as I'm relearning the moveset of my weapon for today, we're gonna start out very slowly on our quest for getting all of the bosses. I'm gonna, if I need to Memory of Grace out of somewhere, I'm just gonna do it. Once I'm like back into it, once I fully remember my moveset and how tanky I am, we probably won't bother with that anymore, but until then, thank you for the good luck. Sneaky breaky, like. Oh, I forgot about Undead doing their Undead thing. Ghost dog. Okay, cool. Somewhere, a heavy door is opened. How's this run gone so far? Anything funny happen? We've been almost one-shot a few times, but we've made it through. I don't know about anything too funny happening. We have been a little stressed at the end, because I don't know, this just feels like the run. This feels like a run that I really shouldn't throw. Like, there's no reason that this is any better of a run than the previous runs that have died. But, like, it just feels like the one. Feels like if I'm careful, we've got this. Hammer some nails and a few, just ignore it. Okay. Oh, Garu. Bonk. Oh, sorry, diced. Good thing he hits for nothing. Because I definitely rolled wrong there a few times. Okay. We got the giant hand blocking the door to the sewers. Oh yeah, that was pretty funny. That was so scary. I think that was the start of when I got scared for this run. Was that giant hand blocking the sewers. Made me just like, oh god. I feel like before that I was kind of chilling. And then after that it was like, oh no. And the Japan stuff frames. Let's go. I figured that's what it would be. And it's directly on that wall right there. So if you guys suddenly see that wall starting to crumble down behind me, you know who's responsible. I'll have video evidence that it was not my fault. This is a continuation of last night's stream. This is a continuation of the run from last night. That's why we're currently at 101. Oh, I don't like this opening of this cave. I like to kill these guys before jumping down, but this one is a jerk. Okay. And I don't want to be rotted. Stop. Does it ever stop? Is it just infinite? It actually might just be infinite. And I'm rotted. Well, at the bottom there is a grace, so I can get rid of the rot. It's fine. I just don't like jumping down while there's enemies there, because if they hit you midair, you can lose all your momentum and just drop straight down. I'm so here. Yippee! All falls over, we get to see the cat. You know, maybe. Wall falls over, he'll wave. Unless he runs away. He might be camera shy. I mean, he probably doesn't know what a camera is, but if he did, he'd probably be camera shy. I believe the ones on the Halig tree only do that attack. Huh. And they just, like, never stop? I thought there was time in between that attack and them doing it again, but I guess not. Loud noise shy, yeah. Demi-human. Oh, I thought I was gonna kill her in 2 jumps. But my attacks missed. Alright, not bad. Okay. We carefully work our way down because going the other way, you can fall too far and die. I'm talking out loud to myself because I'm overly nervous for this run for no reason. Or even in, like, the chill part. I can get scared on the Dragon Barrow part. Remind me to get scared again on the Dragon Barrow part. This is the chill part of Caelid. This is the part that no need to be scared at all. There's still scaled, like, Limgrave maybe here. Please do not do the skip. I will not do the skip. Under yourself is good info we can learn from. True. Just like I'm talking to myself in a nervous way, you know? I'm like, oh, here I'm doing the thing. Which the talking to myself part isn't. Okay, I just heard, I don't know if it's going well in the other room. There's a chill part of Caelid? Yeah, the western part isn't too bad. Oh, what up, Claudio? The word said right before a one-shot comes. If it does, it'll be in Dragon Barrow, I'm telling you. Dragon Barrow is scary AF. Oh, the exact spots to land here, I'm never sure about. There we go. Oh, that's a lot of smoldering butterflies. The butterflies are so smoldering. To reframe the cloth one, it's not that bad. Okay. Oh, Ymir. Bonk. Okay. We're chillin'. Oh, sorry. Die. Die. I never remember where I would jump down. Was it here? Onto this branch? Yeah, that works. I like that. Like, I don't think anywhere there is lethal, but I think you can take some fall damage, which scares me. Was Ymir dressed like that? Because NPCs have randomized clothes. To make it more randomized. The exception is Gideon, who doesn't have random clothes. He cosplays as whoever he's replacing. Okay. Randomizer gives them drip they never imagined of. Mad cavalry. So mad. Okay, you want to block the way? Ow. How about I block your life from existing? Fuh. You can get Fire Giant in that tiny arena. Certain bosses that are large enough are restricted to only certain large enough arenas. Even then, they can still be put in an arena that's, like, technically large, but not large enough for them, and it can still cause a bunch of problems, but they cannot be in the tiniest arenas. It just is not allowed. Alright, our first Dragon Barrow scaled boss. This is gonna be scary. Especially if that worm is around. Randomizer is thoughtful. Sometimes. Please be scared now. Okay, thank you for the reminder. I did ask to be reminded when to be scared. It's now. Now is the time to be scared.
There's been how can
I don't know if that's an item I need, but I'm gonna get it. I think it is. I think I do need that. Sometimes the trash mobs are scarier than the bosses. Actually, quite often that's the case. Except when you're in a really high-scaled area like this. Oh, God! Oops. Okay, it's not too bad. Excuse me, I'm not gonna get one shot by this worm. Nice. Okay. Woo. Dragon Barrow scaling Senesax. Honestly, didn't even hit that hard. So, let's go. I mean, it took forever. Had so much health, but at least did not hit that hard. We are so back. How does Senesax legit never get staggered? It's because Ancient Dragons take, I think it's 80% less poise damage. So you literally have to do 5 times as much poise as you would to anything else. It might be 60% less than everything else, but I think it's 80% less poise damage. Now, with Falks, where it barely does poise damage anyway, that just means you are not going to stagger it, period. Don't even try. It would sure explain it. Yup. You see me already? Well, you can't really do anything about it. One sec. Okay, here we go. I understand why people hate him more than Bale. Yeah. There's just something about not being able to stagger a boss that makes them so much less fun. Bale's different. Bale is technically like a Drake rather than a ancient dragon. And then I think Placidusax, while technically being an ancient dragon, I don't believe they gave the poise reducing effect. I think they just gave him 1,000,000 max poise. So like he still takes a very long time to stagger, but at least his poise doesn't recover super quickly. What up, spookers? Okay, I don't believe I have Radon's Great Rune. Not that I would want to use it anyway, because we've got the best one. Do know the path down here because we've done it a few times at this point. We no sprinting, walk off this. Sprint jump off this. Just kind of parkour this normally. Around to here, where this guaranteed does not give us fall damage. What does your offhand sword do? And which one is it? Well, this is just Falks. Falks is both swords. Both swords are Falks. Ah, that was almost a disaster. Accidentally tapped space and it did a backstep, but we're fine. Is sprint jumping there safer than rolling? I don't know. I don't know. I just sprint jump because, I don't know. It just works. Also, what is the scaling? Strength D. That's not a lot. Probably once we get dex to like 40, we can think about other stats. still think that's... Yeah, I still think Pearl Drake Talisman +2 is the best we can get. It actually went really great against Senesax there. Oh, I could have done Bolt Drake +3, and it would have also been great, but Pearl Drake is nice because it's all non-physical. When you talk of potential Bingus practice with CBD, yes, in our chat, CBD was like, let's practice. And I was like, okay, and then we didn't have 4, and then we didn't practice, but we will. We certainly will. Once I complete this challenge, I'll be all hands on Bingus practice until I feel confident with it. So then I'm sure I will directly reach out to CBD rather than him having to reach out to me, and I'll be like, let's practice, let's go. Teach me. This is not the type of event to like truly like, practice and practice and practice for and like become the best player ever, but I do want to at least not embarrass myself. Okay. Okay, whatever. The only thing that sucks about Falks is its roll attack is so bad. Like, it takes such a long wind-up for the first part to hit. It's, like, just slower than the regular moves in every way. Like, look at how I can get, like, 2 off in the same time that I could get 1 roll attack off. But yeah, so we're not gonna, like, try to become so good that, you know, we're gonna trash every other team. Just, like, I just want to, you know, hold my own. And that's... And once we get to that level of practice, we will not practice more than that too much because I don't want... Yeah, it would be uncouth when, like, a lot of the other participants just don't have that much time to practice. If this was, like, a main event, I'd keep practicing. I'd be like, I'm going to trounce you all. Me and CBD, we're going to be first place easy. Let's, you know... But for just a little showcase event, I don't want to be the team that is so strong that everyone else isn't having fun when they face us. Run him into the ground. Nah, that would not be a great idea for this. It would be rude. In this particular event, it would be rude. It's not like you should sandbag and like play poorly and, you know, but you should play to the best of your ability, but you shouldn't practice to the point where the best of your ability is unfun to play against. Especially because, like, I'm considered the noob of the team. So if I practiced till I was as good as the pros of each team, and you just have 2 pros together, that would be pretty silly. The what? Chance you might do that anyway. It's possible. And if I do that and it happens to be just because I practice a little bit, I get to that point, then so be it. That's fine. I don't think anyone would object. If it's like, oh, Mitch practiced a whole, you know, like 3 days and ends up being really good. I don't think anyone would be like, this is, oh, how could you do that to... But if I practiced like solid, straight, a week, every day, grinding it out, matches with everyone, you know, theory crafting optimal routes. Yeah, people might be like, what the heck was that about? What time zone am I in? Pacific. United States Pacific. Stay to the right, stay to the right. Also, we are officially well over halfway. Maybe not well over, but over halfway through the bosses. 100 left, 107 down. Why did I have like an effect on me that stopped me from getting stamina back? You guys see that? Is that from the worms, the ooze? Ah. The stallions, eh? I've got a really bad weapon for this. Possibly one of the worst possible. Oh, cool. And things are attacking me through the wall. You know what? Why don't we just head away from the wall then? Because that's annoying. There we go. Hey, there we go. Blue-winged tongue damages stamina. Didn't know that. Okay, now I believe we go trap chest from here. Doing DLC too, yup. The same opportunity too, and that's on them for not practicing as well. Shrugs, it looks like you're ethic about it. I'm gonna die on this hill. Well, okay, yeah. If it was a big event, yeah, absolutely. They've got the same opportunity, but the thing is, I know that they don't, right? This is a thing between friends to show off for fun. And I happen to know that my friends do not have the time to practice, 7 days straight and theory craft everything. And so, for me playing in a for fun thing with my friends, right? Like, I'm sure you've played a game with your friends where you were better than your friends, right? And imagine if you're already playing a game where you think you're probably better than your friends, and then you like practice it and you look up the meta strats and you like, practice the tech skill and you this and that, and then you play with your friends and you go all out. Like, are they gonna want to keep playing with you? Especially, and again, if it was like you and your friends decide we're all gonna do this, that's fun, right? And you can be the best of your friends and like they're all trying to beat you. But if it's like, hey, you want to hang out next week and play Guilty Gear, whatever, it's like, oh yeah, cool. And he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna have any time to practice this week. I'm swamped with exams, but I'm so looking forward to play Guilty Gear with you at the end of my exams at the end of the week. And you go, oh, I'm gonna practice the whole week and I'm gonna kick your butt so hard after those exams.
What if you play the game with your friends wear you out? At them all.
It doesn't sound like a great game. Like that, like I'm just saying that's like the vibe. I'm not saying you can't do that ever. I'm just saying that's what this current vibe is just hanging out for fun, testing out a format. And I know for a fact that several of the people just do not have the time to fully like practice like that. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't practice. I'm saying this is not the vibe for that. Got record back. Let's go, Feds. Let's go. I did see the post in the Discord. Just don't pick your main character in Tekken against friends. Right. It's just like... And it's not that I'm going to sandbag in the event. It's not that I'm going to try to let others win or anything like that. It's just that, like, I'm just not going to practice so much that I feel like, you know, we're guaranteed to win every match and nobody else has a chance. I just think that that would be unfun. So probably once I feel comfortable enough in bingo, we'll actually go to Sekiro. And then only come back to bingo like right before the event. Either that or we'll do more 4-player all bosses practice, because we are also doing that on the hotfix. Ease. Lin-Manuel Miranda. Don't want to overlevel IRL. Exactly. 2 hammerings incoming. Got it. I don't know if... can you guys even hear the hammering? Because it just happened. Oh. Do you hear it? Huh? I don't know. Did you hear Sekiro? You did indeed. Any developments with bingo on that? Depends on what you mean by developments. I plan to do bingo in the near future, as in within the next month, which maybe to you doesn't sound like the near future. But before Night Rain comes out, I at least plan to do at least 2 full versus opponents test matches against Aggie and Josh, if they're both willing. Oh, wait. That's right, we need the boss here. We like some Sekiro. There are so few great Sekiro players streaming these days, yeah. And Sekiro is a very fun one. I love doing Sekiro. It's just... I can't do it all the time. I would love to do it all the time if there was always new, like, interesting developments in Sekiro. Boy, I'd be all over that. But the friends are mostly Elden Ringers these days, so just playing new other things right now. Yep. Nobody can give up on Sekiro forever. Okay, not a key item that I wanted. Not a key item at all, even. Only got in Sekiro a year ago. A little late to the party, as they say, yeah. I mean, in theory, then, you've got the whole backlog of Sekiro stuff that's been done that you could go back, you know, and watch or whatever, but... Not your style of game, but it's turned the hype around it. The game not having a DLC seems criminal. It truly is. If we had gotten a DLC, that could have been so good. I watched all GDQ Sekiro stuff with you and Aggie in the races. Nice. You saw my embarrassing blunder at Yobu skip, and then that was the only thing that determined the match. It was like we stayed the exact same distance apart the whole time. Ooh, PK, okay. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get the stagger, so it's not going to be a one cycle. Phase. Sure. Save. Still got hit. His flame's kind of doubled up there, but that's fine. Luckily, he's looping into the best attack for us. Easy. Or lightning slash. Interesting. Oh, did I know that one? Did you get to see a real Putrescent Knight fight instead of it being killed instantly? Yep. And it's, when you don't have a big bonk that does, like, holy damage that he's incredibly weak to. When you don't have the Sunflower. Oh, right. Need to set it to night. 2 more hammerings. Okay. Now don't jump off and die. The plan is to not jump off and die. Yep. Hammering. I can see it coming through the mic. I heard that. He's bonking so hard. Alright, have a good one, Fats. He's really going for it. Oh, he is going for it. I jumped over it? I didn't even know that was possible. Loose. Okay. Who's hammering at this time of night?
What?
That'd be Sean. Oh, Storm Axe is interesting. Is Twin Armor good? I'm gonna buy it just in case it is. I don't think it would be as good as our current armor, but... Where'd the moose go? Why is he down here? Does the Knights Cavalry travel down here? I don't remember that. Okay, it's the Regal Moose. And he's now all the way over there. Very cool.
Moose just wanted to take a nice stroll through the lake.
Yeah, very beautiful part of town to take a nice stroll through. No suck. Iron wet blade, okay. One of the best in weight class, okay. But I don't really need to worry about the weight class. Ooh, Horlu, okay, that's scary enough. I'm gonna take a little refresher of my resources. I shouldn't need all the resources that I have, but I'm gonna do a refresh and just in case anyway. Because he will be scaled up. And I am still bad at this fight. Despite it being one of my absolute favorites, I'm still very bad at this fight. As you can see, I'm still very bad at this fight. Okay, high damage at least. Nice. The moose boss in Wukong reminded you a little of this moose. I agree, actually. The moose boss in Wukong was, like, even more annoying, though. I did not like that boss. It was, like, fine when I did it casually first playthrough, and, like, I was powerful enough, it wasn't, like, that bad. But when I did it no healing, it was just so annoying. He's addicted to bonking. He just keeps going. Soon the whole house will be reframed. So I think I already said it, but what up, Zelnaga? Yo, thanks for the good luck. Whereas my entire Wukong experience, casual, super fun, challenge, or speedrun, no fun. Really? You did challenge or speedruns? Because I liked the challenge run in Wukong overall of the, like, no healing. That was fun. But it did seem like the speedrun would be just too long. Alright, have a good one, Laser the Goat.
Music so nice and calming for the Elden Ring moose bosses. Mooses? Meese?
The moosin. Oh, one of those guys. He's actually got a combo. Holy. He's a little softer on the bonking that time. I'm not sure you guys quite heard him. Okay, I think we go Redaniel next. I'll dip your toes in both, and when some buttons didn't respond a few times, got annoyed and stopped. All the flaws in game start showing when you push it to the extreme. I don't ever remember buttons not responding in Wukong. I don't think I ever had that problem. I do agree though, when you push games to the extreme, their flaws start to show, but I don't think that means that they only exist when you push them to their extreme. Sometimes it does. I think sometimes that games just have flaws. It's just getting hit once playing casually because the game did something that it shouldn't do isn't that big of a deal, whereas in a challenge or speedrun, it can ruin the whole thing.
The festival. But no.
And then sometimes the flaws are so bad that even casually, you're like, dang, what the heck? Like Elden Ring's buffer, even casually, so many players notice just how awful it is. I know I did. Hammer time is over. You're coming to my hammer time. Thank you. Great performance. Bell-bearing hunter? He's gonna get a little bullied, I think. Oh, yep, there he is. keep thinking he was gonna stagger. He just did not want to stagger, but there it goes. Sorry, Blythe. So anticlimactic to see a small boss in this arena. But he accentuates the arena by being a regularly sized guy. Like, oh, he must be so powerful because he's here or something. I don't know. It is definitely funny. No matter what boss you get in this arena, it's just like, why do I get to summon and mount up for this? Like, I think the few that have felt kind of like, oh, have been like Estelle. Although then the slopes really suck for Estelle. And I think I had Rykard here once. That was kind of cool. Really tied the arena together, yeah. Okay, War Dead Catacombs is a very, very scary place. So, we'll see how this goes. Super high scaled. Lot of enemies that are very aggressive. We'll see. Does boss randomizer include Leda and friends, or are they considered as invaders / you invade their world? They're considered as invaders / you invade their world. So they are only... You can get invaded by somebody and, wow, I've been invaded by Leda. Or when you get to the Leda part, you activate the encounter and all of a sudden it's... We're random. It's Millicent and it's... you know, you get that. Random, like, invaders instead. We got the weird one where they're not fighting each other. I think there's a way to fix this. I think you might need to, like, warp back or something. But they're supposed to be fighting each other. Yo, what up, Morp? There they go. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to run through where the worm face is puking, but okay, that's not the worst thing. Another worm face? Ooh. Okay. Not like that guy there. There's a legendary in there, but I'm not going for it. Just get me out of here. Somewhere a heavy door is opened. Thank you. Okay. Yo, what up, Angel Maker? Not everyone in the lands between wants to fight each other. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think I might have disproved that because I warped back and they were fighting each other. Literally everybody was kung fu fighting. Ooh, Solitary Knight is, Yep. Is bad. And they gave him heavy armor. Damn. I was thinking I could just interrupt him out of that. I shouldn't have challenged it. Damn. Yeah, this is ridiculously high scaled and I just didn't get the stagger, so I got full to death. Oh, I shouldn't have gone for that. I was like, oh, I can just interrupt him out of it, but no. The randomizer gave him super heavy armor, so I could not stagger him out of that. He doesn't even get poise from shooting the crossbow. You can easily interrupt him out of the crossbow. Normally, it's just he was given heavy armor, and Falks does not have that heavy of interrupt. Damn. That sucks. Fought through the sewers for this. Yep. I mean, my bad. I will not do that in the future. I will play him super passive and safe. If I had a bonk, I think it still would have been fine, but this is the first time that I had Falks, so you can't do that. This is the first time I had a slimmer dex weapon. Isn't solitary armor better though? Yeah, it just like in randomizer you can usually interrupt him is what I mean. And DLC bosses never get scaled down quite properly. They're always harder than their equivalents in base game. So he hits harder than an equivalent base game NPC boss would. Post clip? Sure. Interesting. Anchor actually doesn't take that much stats. That's actually a consideration. Eh. I think Spike's Club is kind of fun. Prophet has way too much faith, though. Samurai with pickaxe. That's actually interesting. Yo, Lingmax, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Yep. Pickaxe is kind of fun. It's more of a strength weapon and it's on the Dex class, but it's still one of the good classes. It's definitely either Vagabond with Rusted Anchor or Samurai with Pickaxe. They're both kind of similar. Okay. And we can make that the new exclamation last death command. Let me check that the clip was clipped properly. You gotta make sure your clips are properly clipped. Very important. Night is yep, is bad, and they gave him heavy armor. Damn. I was thinking I could just interrupt him out of that. I shouldn't have disproved that because I walked back and they were fighting each other. It's a little on the long side, but it's a decent clip. I'd probably stop it a few seconds earlier, but it works. It's decent enough. It should probably stop, maybe not quite right here, but like... And they gave him heavy armor. That's probably about where I'd stop it, personally, but close enough. Don't really need to see the aftermath. Just the thing in the immediate reaction. We don't have clippers. Hey, look, I'm just trying to get you guys better at clipping. Yeah, we'll go Vagabond. Trash, 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 trash. Mostly trash. Trash, 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 trash. Okay. It's shackle and it's... There's no real purpose to it, but it's the only thing that does anything. Alright, I also have to... move... the PB stuff. Now it's slightly in the wrong... area. It's so annoying the way that it works. I have to like... to do them separately for no reason. No, that's not enough over. Oh, still a little more. That should be about right. Okay. That looks good. Yeah, if it wasn't scaled up to Kaled as well, it would have been fine, but you make one decision mistake and the entire thing is immediately dead. Haha, get staggered. I mean, good practice for fighting a Deathrite bird. Even though there is no shot that I win this. And even if I did, it would just kind of invalidate the run. Oh. There we go. You like the big yelly head on your anchor handle? Is that what it is? I don't know. I haven't used the anchor much. I don't know. Guy going, ah, he's a pal. Sure. I guess he's a pal. You say so. Oh, Gaius. No, you don't see me, Gaius. You do not see me. Anchor Wild Strikes would go hard. We would just have to find Wild Strikes. He needs a name. You guys can work on that.
But I can also let you know then why I am calling.
Percent raw input percent.
But I mean, we really can't name anything. We can't get attached to this run until it's at least in the DLC. So save your names for DLC. Hey.
Strakey Rez redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Ooh, tails. Never fails. Easy victory. Gamba.
They sir, but you, I can play turning to 80. You need O to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with. This way, tarnished. May I have a word? I am the word. I'd heard tend upon the talk. Thou art but to call for. I was enshrined torrents. Forgive mine intrusion, tarnished.
You're forgiven. Yo, thanks for the good luck. So far, nothing very interesting for this start. I am interested to see how the anchor does. Like, I feel like it's decent. I feel like it's pretty good. Like, it's pierce damage on a great axe. At least, it can't be that bad, at the very least. I hate this one. Ooh, a remembrance. Okay, that is now good for a start. Living Stone 2's a somber one. Excellent, excellent. And a somber 2. Okay. So now as long as we have a somber weapon. Smith Script Great Hammer actually I believe is not a somber weapon. So now as long as we get a somber weapon.
Let me ask, are you here? Does your despite takes me back any intro?
We should have a nicely upgraded weapon to start. +1 is meh. Smithing Stone 1 is unnecessary now that we have the somber one. Otherwise, it would have been interesting. I think the jump attack will be big bonk. I mean, I think jump attacks in general on heavy weapons are ass. Are really trash. And people use them way too often. Not like they're bad if you need to jump. If you're jumping anyway, of course, doing the attack is fine. But like jump attacking instead of R1ing or R2ing is almost always a terrible idea. With some exceptions of like weapons that hit multiple times with their jump attacks can actually be good attacks. So, like we were doing with Falks. Does it have low stagger? I feel like even not being able to wield it, it should have taken fewer hits than that. But who knows, I guess. It's addicting, though? Sure. At least we got string! The most important item. That's good. That's what's gonna really tie the build together. Somber 7, okay. Saw other people doing it, thought it was quicker and same stagger as Charged R2. I mean... Ooh, Finger. I like Finger better. It requires a lot more weapons, but I do like Finger better. That is a definite swap. That's going to be our long-term weapon. I really like the Finger there. Tails, it never fails. See?
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Can I get one of the mods to time out Yathlon?
Stray Key Rays has been added as a VIP. Congratulations.
If you're ever wondering about the last death of the, like, a run that actually got started, you can type exclamation last death. And you can see the clip. Who let that cat in? Anvil Hammer, wait a minute. This is the biggest bonking run of all time. This run is definitely a bonker. We've got Anvil, we've got Anchor, we've got Finger. Yeah, we're definitely going to be bonking. Anvil is probably the best idea because it's a moveset that I know from the All Bosses 4-player. I kind of think I might like the Finger better, but safer is probably the Anvil. Like, I know how to stunlock NPCs with it and, like, various other things.
Good luck with that great start.
26 into 1.5. 27 into 1.5 would be 18. So I will still need 18 because it's not 1.5 less than that. I need 18 strength. We're currently at 14. So now I'll actually have a usable weapon to start. Because, yeah, these just take... Just look at how much stats that takes. In terms of the difference in stats required, I'd have to go back to who's selling the finger. But for now... For now, Anchor is usable. Yes, I know I don't have enough stats. Please equip it anyway. They really should just take away that prompt that says you don't have enough stats. Are you sure you want to do it? Like, yes. Obviously. That's why I said to equip it, please. Or at least have it like an option. If you take away tutorials, that should go away as well. Thank you for the hydrate. All I need now is the deflecting tier. True. Urge. You can take away tutorials? Yeah, it's in the options. Okay. It's also somber, so we have something that's upgradable. Helm of Solitude. Oh, we're gonna be so heavy. Oh, this is the wrong direction. It's fine. I can do this in slightly a different order than I usually do. Doesn't really matter. Oh. On Randomizer career is cursed. You've now tried 3 times. Margaret has been 1. Consort 2.
Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right.
Margaret. Oh, Margaret has been Consort, Rykard, and now Bale.
Well, you these.
I mean, get him out of the way. Honestly, Rykard at Margit, I think, would be, like, perfect. Oh, that's such a cheap golden seed. I just have to take it. Raises Arcane. Interesting. Definitely some stuff for later. Ah, valued customer. Yeah, Bale at Margit, there is not a lot of space for that. It's rude merchants like I'm giving you business. The merchants all do say kind of strange things for... They don't act very merchantly. Oh, the best talisman. Shabriri's Woe. Now I, too, can constantly attract enemies' attention. Oh, wow, I can wear the Helm of Solitude right now. Not with that, though, so this is probably our better... Ooh. Oh, bear. Ignore that item. Ignore that item. Away from the bear. Okay. Yep. All right, good. I just need the double damage talisman. The perfect talisman set. Bonk. Yo, Satan! Oh, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope the Elden Ring went well. They're gonna use the woe. Why do you guys keep wanting me to not succeed this run? Isn't it gonna be so much more fun when we do succeed this run? Shouldn't it be, I dare you to use Alabaster Lord's Sword with a charged attack setup and infinitely stagger and stunlock NPCs? Shouldn't that be the dare? I dare you to get to 60 vigor and then enough endurance to equip heavy armor. Who's Steve Jobs? Okay. The anchor does seem pretty good. Yo, paid chatter. Thank you, paid chatter. Check is in the mail. Stones, Somber 6 already. Ash of War, Golden Land. I don't actually remember what that does. But it probably would be usable on this anchor. Is America's Steel the one you need for Anvil? I would really rather not use it for Anvil, because it makes you take more damage, but theoretically, if we get close to enough stats for Anvil and we don't quite have enough stats, yeah, it could help. Like, I think we are actually going to use the Anvil until we have, like, 40 Vigor and, like, 20 Endurance, and then I think we're going to swap to Anvil. But until then, we'll just use the Anchor. Because it's better to have a slightly not as good weapon with a lot more defense than it is to have a better weapon and no defense. Like, as long as we have our weapons upgraded, we'll still be slaying very quickly. So it's just going to be about do not die. Twin armor is actually really good, as we mentioned before. And maybe Millennia's, and then upgrade this. It's going to be our best mix. This is my first time playing Elden Ring. The first time ever. I don't know what any of this is. I sure hope I figure it out soon, so that I can get through this whole game without dying and kill all the bosses. It's hard? Oh, is it? I thought this game was easy. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to play a hard game. Is Anchor generally a good weapon? I believe so. I believe it's a good weapon. A lot of people at least like it. So, and it's a big bonking type weapon, which are almost always at least decent. Like, I think there are some smaller weapons that are really trash. I don't know that there are any big bonking weapons that are not at least, like, decent. But will it bleed? It, does not have bleed on it now. I think you would bleed if you got stuck with this anchor, but, you know, that's neither here nor there, I guess. We killed the last run? Exclamation last death. We'll always have, well, as long as we update it, we'll always have the last death that killed the last good run. If this one dies right now at 0 bosses, we're not going to clip that. We don't care. But it'll have the last one that actually got going. One weapon per boss run and use the anchor for Star Scourge. Eh. I had 0 bosses for the content, but I have big bonks that I want. It'd be anti-content. What if we had to start again and then I have to use some dinky little dex weapon like Folks again? Ugh. Ugh. Gross. And then I die because I think my weapon will stagger when it won't. Next run we'll have Alablaster, surely. You would bleed if you were hit by any sharp thing. Exactly. It was brutal, yep. I mean, it's my fault. I knew that that could one-shot me. I just, for some reason, was so confident that I'd stagger him. And I was so confidently wrong. Yo, Quackware! Yo, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. You think summon only in Kazan could work? I have no idea. I have never summoned a single time in Kazan. Not once. So I have no idea how powerful they are. Could not even begin to remotely guess how powerful. This is our cheapest upgrade. No, Cypher Pata is our cheapest upgrade. Look at how cheap that is. And now drop this and pick it back up, and it's already a +7 anchor. Not blaming chat for dying. Did somebody curse that run? If so, yes, blame them. On a scale from 1 to 10, Kazan summons at least a number. Glad they don't score a letter. That would be really bad. Rune 8. Okay, cool. Making him do one extra boss yesterday. You know, I did think about it. I did think about it. Okay, not Electo, but... It's kind of surprising how tanky Black Knife Assassins can be. They're not like the tankiest things ever, but they feel like they should be very squishy. Also, why am I getting hit during my dodges? Do I have...
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Like, can I get a clip of that one? I'm so positive that was during my roll. Doesn't really matter because they don't hit that hard, but it still did not seem correct.
Smoldering with thy meager flame.
Any clippers?
Of the night. The hands of the fell omen. It's tight. The guard you breached. Fair it were.
Is it DLC? No, not yet. It will include the DLC, but we are not there yet.
What are you doing? What's it to you? Step back, you wretched tarnished.
1 out of 207. Almost there. Practically finished. How many bosses in DLC? 50... Sorry, 42.
What did I do to deserve?
Oi, what are you doing?
Fit to see when it seems torrent, whereas
Okay,
I
thank you for the
nearest,
clip.
but I can
I
take
do want to
other
see.
ink.
Because I've said this so many times, and like nobody believes me that I feel like you get hit in your iframes. Like, is that not during the iframes? Press space. Maybe it's on the frame that. Maybe it's... I think it's actually not. There's one frame after you press, or after you technically release space, where you're not in iframes yet. I think it... Because I can find... this frame here, on which I have released space, but I haven't yet gotten hit, and this is like the frame that like the roll should be starting, and then I believe I get hit the very next frame according to this. So it's technically just like frame 1. It's just okay, so it's not during the roll. It's just her knife is nowhere near me. I just got hit when her knife was nowhere near me. That's just it. But okay. So it was not actually during the roll.
Oh, welcome.
It was during the one frame of startup before you actually get iframes. Okay. Ooh. Some solid possible things here. Remember, there's a 6 on him. Because we can upgrade already a good bit.
Ben Tolsingard
Oh,
redeemed the coin
that's
flip
so
and
cheap, I just
chooses
have to get it.
heads.
So 8. Okay. Good luck on the coin flip. Five, 6. Stone sword key. Okay. Okay, so let's check what stones I currently have. I did a 3 already. It's at +7. I need a somber 4 or smithing stone 3s. Somber 4 or smithing stone 3. Somber 4, smithing stone 3. There's smithing stone 4. Somber 4. Looks like no somber 4s or smithing stone 3s yet. So we're stuck at this upgrade for now, it looks like. Bot said your name really accurately. Surprising. Nice. Is it just Tolsengard?
I can happily.
Doesn't seem like it'd be too tough to say. We've got a somber 6 there. We already have a somber 5. We already have a somber 7. There was a somber 9 I remember seeing in the shop. So all we're missing is a somber 4 and 8. And then we're set, I believe.
May the go.
Okay, well, let's start killing. Yo, what up, Chris? Who have you playing Night Rain with? On release, Nuclear Pasta, Tom, and Zoodle. But in general, everyone that wants to play. I can't imagine that I won't be playing at least some with Parky, Chris, Aggie, Josh, Domo. Like, anybody that's like, hey, let's Night Rain like right now. I'm down. I'm down. We'll never play with you. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Scratch Chris off the list. We will never play with Chris. But everyone other than that I said. Imagine that'll happen a lot. Yep. We should make a server, right?
Mitch.
And we
There
should...
is a spider.
A spider?
Don't turn around. Just pretend it isn't there and it might go away.
Okay, I will. I'll pretend as though there is no spider at all behind me. To the point where I'll even go, what spider? I don't see it. There's no spider behind me. It'll work perfectly. I'll play Night Rain with you? I mean, not really. I mean, I might do a viewer day, but not as a day one plan. Undefeated in races against Mitch. Can anyone else say the same in Sekiro? I think Holm can. That might be it. Holm, the Sekiro knowledge goat. One of 2. So, you've got to defend your title in Sekiro Bingo, then. It really does surprisingly little stagger. Maybe that's why the anchor is not considered like a great weapon. Even though big weapon with pierce should be good. Like, that took way too many hits to stagger the Deathbird. Ooh, a 6. That saves us money. Now things are getting interesting.
The result is tails.
Tails, it never fails. Night Rain is not, you don't make a character. You pick a class, and you are just that class. And during a game, you will level up, and then at the end of it, you will be back to level 1, starting over. Like, it's not a long-term RPG where you progress your character. It's a drop in, drop out kind of thing. Two tails in a row. Smells like Scamba. Well, of course you guys know it's rigged. Why do you think I say tails never fails? Because the bot can only do tails. That's the only.
In the chat.
That's the only option. Rip Ben. It's Fortnite. It's Fort, comma, night. I didn't get my VIP with the heads. No, of course not. Yeah, 3 charged R2s on a demi-human queen where they... Ooh, talisman pouch. Where they don't even have that much poise. And no stagger. Yeah, this thing sucks. And by sucks, I mean it's totally fine. It just doesn't do stagger. The damage and speed on it is still not bad at all. It just doesn't do stagger. Ooh, no, we already had a Somber 3. I don't need that. Golden Seed I would want, but maybe not right now for 3,500. What's the point of Big Bonk if no stagger? Exactly. Don't slander the anchor. Look, it's fine. It just doesn't stagger. And so I don't like it. Charge R2 does 36.3 poise. That actually sounds like a good amount. Demi-human queens have 120? I thought they had 80. Are you sure? I felt like they were so easy to stagger. I was so sure of it. Okay, it at least gets the mini stagger on Onyx Lord, so that's all it really needs to do. And it did eventually stagger him, so maybe it's not as bad as, maybe it's not as unstaggering as I thought. Maybe I was just wrong on Demi-Human Queens. And another Remembrance. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. 4. Got a lot of 4s. I just need a couple more 3s. I need 2 more 3s because it's at +7. I don't know why I'm going back this way to just collect some stuff, but oh well. That blue-red thing? Which blue-red thing? Maybe I should apologize to it? Never. There's a yelly guy on the pommel and you were all doubting it. You didn't even really get to see that when you're holding it normally. Like it's like blocked in front of you. I'm watching you play Souls-likes because you make it look easy, but the games frustrate me. Any opinion on Wukong? Just played through it and loved it, but I don't get what separates it from Souls-like. I also liked Wukong, but the combat is like very, very dissimilar to a Souls game. So in a Souls game, when I'm, you know, like attacking, I'll focus on the offense first. When I'm like attacking, it's like, or maybe it's, or maybe it's, or maybe, you know, it's, like if I really charge it up. It's like you've got these like, you know, slow, not like super slow, but like slow-ish moves. And like even after you roll, it's like, And like obviously there are faster weapons, but every weapon at least has some commitment to the animation of it. And like you're going through it. And if I am attacking, I can't roll until it's finished. I'm spamming roll. It doesn't happen until the end of all of this. In Wukong, the attacking is like bop 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 brr, bop 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 swip bop 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 bop. And during any of that time, at any point during that, I'm like in the middle of bop 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 bop, and I'm like, oh, I want to dodge now. You just go. There's just no commitment to it, and so it does not at all feel the same as a Souls game with the commitment of it. Technically, it has stamina, just as Souls have stamina, but the stamina in Wukong doesn't really prevent you from doing anything. You get to, like, just keep going, and, like, eventually, maybe, like, a minute into the fight, my stamina is technically at 0. I guess I should stop for, like, 2 seconds. Okay, it's full again. Let's go for another minute. Like, it just does not at all feel the same as a Souls, where, like, you have to be cautious and defensive and, you know, wait for your opportunities sometimes and things like that. Whereas in Wukong, it's like, it's all about constantly attacking, never giving the enemy a moment to breathe, and just, like, reacting to their attacks with instant dodges that you can cancel out of any animation, pretty much. So it just does not feel the same. Souls games, you get locked into an animation, and stamina management is key. I wouldn't necessarily say that stamina management is always key, but it is a possible way, one of the possible things that can cause commitment. I would say, you know, you could introduce stamina into a game where there's otherwise no commitment, and it still would not be at all Souls-like, and you can take a game with heavy commitment and then remove stamina from it, and it would still feel very Souls-like. I think stamina is, like, in many ways, the least important part of commitment in these games, but it is a part. Somewhere, a heavy door is opened. Like Wukong technically has stamina. Does that make it at all committal? Not even remotely. Sekiro doesn't have stamina. Is it committal? Yes, not you know, to the full extent of like Dark Souls 1 where everything was so ridiculously committal, but way more than Wukong. Sekiro without stamina is infinitely more committal than Wukong with. It staggers okay. It's actually not bad. Kazan made you pay attention to the stamina bar that had you stressing. Yep. And yeah, that's I think also, yeah, a lot of the reason why. Well, Kazan at least with a greatsword. I played with a greatsword. Kazan with a greatsword felt pretty Souls-like. If you played with the spear or the dual wield that were a lot more free in their actions, maybe you did not feel it was very Souls-like. First time, huh? Really like how stamina is more forgiving in Elden Ring. Yeah, and I think it will continue to go that way. I think it'll be even more forgiving in Night Rain. And I think there's a possibility there just won't be stamina in Duskbloods. Could be wrong about those, but I think the way that they're going is that stamina is getting made less and less important to eventually phased out once the audience can, like, grapple with that. Because I personally don't really think stamina does great at what it's supposed to do. I think it is a bad solution to the problems that it's meant to address. Not the worst thing ever, but could be done more effectively. Don't have a lantern. I probably should have bought one. Oh well. What's the problem it is used to address? I would say the thing that we talked about being committal. And I would say, and I think that's like a minor one because I don't think it already is the main way that they deal with making you feel committal. But I think the main thing that it does is preventing shields from being like get out of jail free cards. Because you'll notice the only time you really, like, get your stamina, like, boom, it's gone really quickly, is when you're blocking with a shield. I think that is the main purpose at this point of stamina. I think at more than 50%, probably more than 70 or 80% of the use of stamina is to prevent someone from just getting a big heavy shield, sitting behind it, and, like, just going, I'm invincible. And, like, no boss attacks can deal with them. It's so that if you sat there blocking the entire time, well, now you either can't attack, or, you know, you just never get, or you eventually have to get your stamina back by putting the shield down. I think that's the purpose of it, is, like, I think it's just made to prevent infinite blocking from trivializing boss fights. Which it still, even then, hasn't done that great, because people still do that against, like, Consort. They still sit behind a heavy shield and just poke with a spear. Got him. Mending rune of perfect order. I was just sitting in a cave. Stamina management is also very important in PvP. Yeah, but nobody cares about PvP, so. PvPers would figure out how to play without it if they wanted to. Like, the PvPers in this game exist despite the PvP systems, not because of them. Like, PvP in these games, I feel like, is almost designed to be something that nobody would want to play. Like, I mean, I'm sure they do want people to play it, but, like, it almost feels like nothing at all in PvP is, like, designed cohesively. But some people still love it, so I think you can take away stamina and various other things, and you can make things, you know, different, and you can replace it with, you know, a system that's better for preventing shielding or whatever. And I think PvP players would adapt and figure out a way to play around that rather than going, well, it was amazing, but now it's terrible. Like, I don't think PvP gained a lot of new players when they made, like, changes that were supposed to make PvP better. I think maybe the people that already were playing PvP might have enjoyed those changes, but I don't think it gained a bunch of, like, new players. Or similarly, when they make changes that PvP players complain about, I don't think a lot of PvP players suddenly stop because of that, or it prevents new players from doing PvP. I think the number of PvP players stays approximately the same, no matter how, you know, good or bad they make the PvP systems. And I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I get from the people that play PvP and talk about it. I'm a PvP player, and that's accurate. Yeah. PvP people would figure out a way to teleport behind the shields. True. Or use whips, maybe, because don't, like, whips do something against shields or something? Isn't that the, like, theoretical balancing of whips? Is that they, like, can pierce through shields or something? I don't know. Whips can't be parried. That's it! Sorry, they can't be parried. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm sure it's just like, if you know, made shields stronger, PvP players would just, like, gravitate towards more anti-shield tech, which I'm sure exists. Try parrying a whip. Yeah, I wouldn't really see that working out very well.
Well. Thought you just had personal belongings, huh?
Huh? You scheming little thief.
The gods demand repentance. Cough up your boy. All of it. Wait, please. I surrender. It was bound to happen.
It's bound to happen someday.
What a shit show.
Boss down. Patches is patches. Patches is always patches. Patches is the only boss that will reliably walk off of that edge to come down and face you. If they wanted to replace patches with not patches, they'd have to just, like, make a boss just, like, appear when you open the chest or something, which would be strange. So patches is just patches. Dragon patches. Admit Leda isn't the boss? Huh? Wait, when did Leda get brought into this? What is happening? What? She's outside of the wall. Oh, that's what's happening. Oh. Well. Okay, we'll come back later. We'll come back when we're strong enough that we can hopefully kill her without her doing that. The only consistent boss you said, and Leda is too, right? The only boss that would consistently walk and drop down is what I said. Leda does not have a guaranteed walk forward while equipping her weapon animation to drop down? I'm so confused what you're saying. Okay, yeah, the stagger on this is fine. Cute dog. Can I pet it? Okay. Mitch, I don't think anyone might tell you this, but you're very good at this game. You're right. Nobody would tell me that. But thank you. Not bad for a first playthrough, I guess. Yeah, I guess that was okay. For a first playthrough. Smithing 8? Smithing 3! That's what I need. Okay. Almost there. Talisman pouch. I don't have any talismans I want to equip. This is the first time I've found as many talisman pouches as talismans. The heck? 3 hours fighting the full-grown Falling Star Beast in Celia Cave on release. The one that wasn't supposed to be in that cave. Wait. On release, it was a full-grown Falling Star Beast? And they patched it to just be a Falling Star Beast? What? Is that real? I didn't know that. Yes? That's hilarious. Like, oops, what, wrong Falling Star Beast. What's the difference? The full-grown one has like a phase 2 where it does more lasers and gravity magic. I need to... Smithing 3! That's exactly what I needed. I knew checking that would be worth it. I could just feel that it was a 3. So now we've got all the 3s and 4s we need. We've got a somber 5. Ow. That was very rude of him. Dane. Okay, any weapon that can bully Dane is a good weapon. All right, let's go upgrade.
You no matter loud, you're...
Okay, and then I think that should be enough. To make you a +4.
That no matter.
Ooh, another remembrance. Okay. So we then... 6, 7. Let's see if I happen to have...
That no matter.
I don't have smithing stone 6s, smithing stone 6s, or a somber 8. Smithing stone 6, somber 8. Items from Remembrances random 2. Yes. Although they might be guaranteed to be weapons or Ash of Wars. I'm not entirely sure, but they're not their default stuff. It's a somber 6. We need a somber 8. Or smithing 6. And then smithing 7. We have smithing 8. We We have one smithing 6, which might be enough. Somber 8. There it is. That's the one we wanted. And then I think smithing 8 and ancient dragon will get us there, but we might need one smithing 7. We'll see. No, we will need smithing 7s for sure, actually, now that I think about it. But I might have some.
That no matter.
I don't. I need one smithing 7. One smithing 7, and then we're maxed. Ornin! Congrats on the PB of 11. It keeps moving! Oh, sorry. Hold. One sec. It keeps... Putting this on. Yeah, the PB keeps moving. I keep having to... shift it. You can still kind of see it. I think that works. Just add the PB part. But then it would be then that part would be not aligned with current IGT and deaths. I think that would look worse. Smithing. One smithing 7. Or a somber 9, but that would be very expensive. There is a somber 9. I'll look for a smithing 7 instead if I can find one. Looks like I have to get the somber 9. It'll get us there. It's just going to be very expensive. Yeah, 20,000. Whew. $130 out of 207. Way less impressive. Yep. Mostly just if I could, if I could adjust the randomizer, DLL, overlay, .ini, font size, language, style, checkmark color, border width, no rounding radius, boss set to somewhere on here. There's surely got to be a way to oh, challenge status text equals current kills total PB. PB equals personal best, but how does it track that? There's definitely a way. Okay, I think I can actually fix it. I can just manually set it to display 130 instead of PB. Save. Okay, if I restart the game, in theory, it should just be fixed. And always display 130. Now, once we pass 130, we'll have to swap it back to displaying PB, but let me see if this works real quick so that I don't have to keep adjusting it. And so now, if I turn off the current PB things, let's see if it'll just display 130. It does! I figured it out. Look at it. Yeah. Okay. So even though it fails to properly calculate PB, I can just force it to display 130. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. Okay, anyway, I was trying to get enough money for that Somber 9. If I sell everything, I think we would barely have enough. It was 230. You need to go to the dentist. 230.
I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
The worst part about turning 32 is that you only get to celebrate it for half a minute. It's your 32nd birthday. What's the axe? Yeah. Okay. Sell. Okay, that's enough. There's Somber 9. Killing. I miss the DIY Mitras. It was so much better. Should have my own stand-up special on Netflix. I really should. Surely they'll call me back about that soon. I don't know why it's only plus 22 instead of plus 24, but whatever. Because we literally now have a plus 9 that's ready for a Somber Ancient, and then somehow for regular smithing stones, it just gets misaligned, and it's like, oh no, you still have to upgrade it a few times before you can... But luckily I have those, so it doesn't matter that much, but it's still so silly. Alright. Maxed out weapon. Okay, now will we be able to kill Renala before she escapes the walls? The horror Netflix called? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Shudder, yeah, that's the one. Was ramping into a pun there? He might have been. So horrifying, he'd have to make it a stand-up special on Shudder. That's a good one. That's a good one. It would have worked, except that also I think most people would have been like, what's Shudder? If Shudder was a more mainstream thing that people knew about, that was a really good joke. Honestly, even without people knowing, that's still pretty good. I like that. Nice. Don't let her escape. Being nice to you? No. I do what I want. Look, and I'm proud of you for not mentioning that it was a ranged weapon that killed the last run. For not saying if you had just used a bow against his crossbow, you'd have won. Or like Lamau losing the crossbow. I maybe could have just killed him instead of letting him port away. But put him here. Easy. Could have just used the bow. Ah, there it is. Wait, both Haligtree halves? Both Haligtree halves from that one Estelle. I mean, might as well just say he gave me the Haligtree medallion. Why we gotta be like, it's the left half and the right half? He just gave me the whole medallion. Who was hogging the Haligtree? Like DLC or regular Elden Ring, I don't remember beating this boss. That's in regular Elden Ring. That's in the base game, but this includes both the base game and the DLC randomized together. All right, who we got? You! Revenge time. Now my weapon actually staggers him. Even though he's got very heavy armor. I wonder if they just always give him heavy armor. I wonder if that's part of the randomizer. He just gets heavy armor. Because, like, look at that. That is definitely not light armor. I almost wanted to just charge at the crossbow and interrupt it just to show that it could be done, but nah. We take it safe. We get our revenge easy. Safe? In this economy? At this time of year? Revenge is sweeter than vindication. I mean, I could have had both, but is that a cemetery shade as not the boss? Just an enemy that's going to kill me as I try to get the boss. Well, alright. No health. May I see it? Oh, oh. Oh, lobster on the skidoo tree. Oh! Okay, wait, they've got PvP enabled. I just need to get the skidoo tree to kill the lobster. Oh, this is... Okay, the lobster doesn't see me for some reason. I'll take it. Where's the sunflower? Nice, okay. Whoa! What? Did it just get staggered from that? It just... Wait, it just died from that. Wait, what? Wait, what? It died from that. Where is it now? What? What? It's gone. Oh, there it is. It didn't die to falling that time. Okay, what a weird sunflower fight. Memory stone. So jank and randomizer, I love it, yeah. I do think it would be funny if... And it probably would be worse. It probably would not be as good of an idea. But I do think it would be funny if it showed up 3 times throughout the game. And then in its arena, you had to fight 3 different bosses. We get a ban on Midstein. What? But each time you see the individual phases, it'd be so easy. It's like Godskin Trio, yep. Was putting it even be possible, though? Probably not. That's probably why it wasn't done. But it would be funny. Phase 1 of Sunflowers would be Valiant Gargoyles. Phase 2 would be Godskin Duo. Phase 3 would be Crystallian Trio. The 7 boss. Ultimate Miyazaki experience. Each phase is loaded beneath or something. May not be remembered correctly, as in beneath the ground. I think you're right, yeah. Something like that. I mean, that's how most, like, bosses in Elden Ring work with their phases. Heard you like bosses. That is an ancient meme. But it checks out. Yeah, Night Rain will have no horses. You can just climb things. You can just run real fast and climb things as your character. Think I can get the jump attack on this? I think it's too far, but imagine. What? That definitely hit it. Give me the thingy. Why didn't I get the insta-kill? Dancing Lion. I actually want this one to be the Deathblight one. We should be fine here, so... if I can get the Deathblight one out of the way, that'll be really nice. Beautiful. Deathblight, Dancing Lion, out of the way. Let's go. One of the scariest bosses down. Silent Dancing Lion. He's dancing to his own music in his own head. Thank you, thank you. Who up raining day night? A leonine lion? I don't believe it. That couldn't be the case. I go crunch on some food now. I grant thee crunch protection for the run till you return. What, you grant it to Pedro? What about me? Where's my crunch protection? Whoop, rusting the anchor. I like the anchor. I think the anchor's pretty good. I still think it's probably a lower tier big bonk, but it's still a big bonk, and you just can't be mad at a big bonk. Like, there's just no way to have a big bonk in your hands and be like, I hate this. He likes big bonks, and he cannot lie. I'll uphold the crunch.
Ray_Z redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Oh. Haha, I'm in danger. I'm fine. Had to try it, had to send it and see, and it worked. Tails never fails. Golden seed, nice. Let me keep saving up my runes. Do a few more bosses, and then we can buy a bunch of keys all at once. Although we don't have too many bosses left. No, we've got night bosses and stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4! We almost had the perfect number. We're one off. That watchdog was actually a dog. Crimson Spell? Max HP boost. Sure, that's does more than nothing. I'll take that. Knife goes in, guts come out. It's night, but it's barely night. I'll make it night again. Wait, actually, what did you have? Nothing too great here.
Not floating.
Not floating your boat, eh? HP is the best stat. It always is. Hard to do better than living. Ah, Sanguini, eh? Ah, Relana. Oh. I'll just... Bonk. Alright. Yo, Zello! Zellox?
The result is Tails.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yo, hope you had a good stream. Tails never fails, as I said. Zelo. That makes sense. Not Zello? Because I'm thinking like Zealot. Right? Like Horalu. Z-Lu? Z-Lu. Oh. Lu. Oh. That makes sense. In my mind, it's Zealot, but like the end. So I was like, Zelu. But Horalu. Yeah. Z-Lu. Okay, cool. Anyway, thank you for the raid. It's fine, whatever way. I mean, I like to get things right if I can. It's nice. It's part of the thing is of like being a teacher. Like they tell you like make sure you get your students, you know, names pronunciations correctly because especially, you know,
_Z has been added as a VIP. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Cuz like, you know, if you get it wrong online with online names, most people, it's not that big of a deal. But, like, if you're pronouncing it, you know, someone's culture wrong, it feels, you know, that feels worse than, like, oh, yeah, you didn't know, you know, the characters that I strung together. So that's why I try to be careful. I've got that, like, in my head of that. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Anyway. How's stream been? Well, we lost our character that we almost got a new PB with, but this new one is looking good. We've got our choice of big bonks. We've got Anchor, we've got Finger, we've got Anvil. So we're getting set up, and it's going pretty well, I would say. Ow. What?
You were just thank you. I was pushing, I ended up. Oh, when they, and so this is all I hope.
Oh, sure. He gave me his pants. I don't know PvP, but I've been breaking into challenge run stuff. Oh, nice, nice. What challenge runs have you been getting into? Deathless? That's always a great one to start with. Hitless is obviously, like, you know, the end goal. Or, like, hitless all bosses, or, you know, getting, like, ridiculous with it. But can be tough to start with. RL1. Yeah. Honestly, those are even better. The ones where you don't have to start over, you can just keep going and, like, figure things out are, like, so good. Yep. It's Elmer. Wait, wouldn't it say Elmer, though? Is there a random bell-bearing hunter that also does the explodey shield? Oh, well. All of them do it? No? I'm pretty sure no. I'm pretty sure most of them cannot explode their shield. They can only slam it. The one in Kaled. All of them do it? Are you sure? I'm almost positive that most of them cannot do it. It's only Elmer and one more. Yes? Well, if so, then it must be very, very rare. I'm pretty sure some of them can't do it. That's what I'm pretty sure as well. I have never seen it from most of them. But I mean, I suppose it could just be like an under 1% chance.
I am where you here. I dare say you're well, but one must. I was
It's distance based, even the one in Limgrave does it. Okay, well,
very well.
There you go then. I did not know that. Lord of Blood's favor. We can now do Vare's quest. I don't think he even has a key item, but we could. Honestly, that probably should be a key item. I don't think it is. I don't think it's a key item in the randomizer, but Lord of Blood's favor probably should be a key item. No, I guess you could kill Vare and get locked out of it forever then. Never mind. I guess it can't be. Unless you made it drop from his... Okay, let me buy as many stone sword keys as I can. I forgot you were going to invade, but luckily I am power.
Well then.
Thank you. Oh, I'd like to buy more things, but I'm not infinitely rich yet. Ooh, those are expensive. Let me see if I can find cheaper ones. 3K is at least a little cheaper. 2K, that's a nice one. There wasn't anything here. Arcane, I wouldn't really use that. Wait. This is like the worst stamina tier, but at least does something and it only costs 100. Alright, worth it. Worth it so I don't forget about it later. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Sure, why not? We could go anti-Deathblight. I don't think we need it. Like, we did get Deathblighted one time, but it was such a, like, random occurrence. I think we're kind of set for now. We will need to do at least one more trip back to buy more, but we have at least enough to do some things. 25 days till Night Rain. Yep, we're almost there. When is the randomizer any % hitless run? Well, see, that's already been done, so that's old news. That's boring now. Get Aggie to go back in time and not do it. Then we can do it. Watching any shows at the moment? No. I saw season 1 and most or maybe all of season 2 of Severance. Not really sure. Semi recently. God Run Randomizer hitless. Perfect. Is it worth playing Night Rain solo? Well, it's not out yet, so we're not sure. Killed you on the PB run? I guess that'd be 2 ago at this point. Got one shot by an enemy, a DLC enemy in the wall that just unleashed a single volley that killed me full to death from a single volley. Playing this guy so badly, but it's fine. He's scaled down. Oh, thanks, Vinny. Your check is in the mail. Ah, maybe I should have kept my resources a bit more. Forgot about this possibility. Or maybe I didn't need them. New hotness is Radagon and Elden Beast hitless rando, where you win after killing both Radagon and Elden Beast, but you have no idea where they are, and finding them is half the fun. So if they just happen to be the first 2 bosses in the game, and you kill the 2 of them, you're like, time! Oh, I guess I've also been watching very slowly, but I just had this random urge to watch through all of Naruto for some reason. Like, I was like, I never have seen that. I had seen like some of it on like Toonami back in the day, and I was like, I have this vague nostalgia for this. I'm gonna watch through all of it. And I got I found the There's an online thing you can get that is just you download no filler Naruto. So it's only the important things. And not just like, here's a recommended list of episodes to, it's like, just, it's actually like edited and like cut together to be the no filler version. Naruto Kai, yeah. Oops, all godskins. Holy. No filler, that's like half the episodes. Exactly. So you can just cruise through it. So we did those. We're at 25. Ah. Graveyard. For the One Piece to come out. Finally dip your toes in One Piece, yeah. Also... Like, how many episodes are there without fillers? Actually, it halves the anime. Well, the one that I'm watching isn't split into episodes. Well, it is, but it's not split into, like, the regular episodes. It's in, like... Ow. Hold on, we'll just heal up and do this again. It's in, like, an hour and a half-ish sections. So it's a single, you know, section that you watch is a conglomeration of, you know, like 5 episodes or something. And then edited down to... So I don't know the exact, like, how much it's cut up. Or if something's fully, filler, then, you know, that entire thing is just skipped or whatever. But how can I watch my Naruto fights without 2/3 of the fight being flashback? Well, see, that's the thing. The flashbacks are still there. Flashbacks, not filler. So I get all the flashbacks still. The true experience. Okay. Ah, right. The cave there. What if it's a flashback to a fight you already saw? You still get it. Still there. Yeah, sometimes it because it's like the longer like episodes, sometimes it's a flashback to something in the same episode you're already watching. Oh, it's Gold Mask. Oh. When did Gold Mask get here? What's if a flashback to a filler episode? That's a good... Then I guess it wouldn't be included? You know, I'm not really sure. Good old charge hitbox. That bug was very rude, hitting me right as I was trying to dodge. Golden seed is nice. First 2 minutes are the last 2 minutes of the previous episode. The next 13 are flashbacks, then 3 minutes of new stuff, followed by the end of the episode, which will be repeated next time. Oh, BBK. They fixed Radon to be less BS, but Gaius' charge never got any changes. FromSoft wanted to still be BS. It's known fact they only have a 50-50 to dodge it. 50-50 is not accurate, but they did address it slightly. They did change the position where Gaius starts the fight. So you have more time to set up and, like, get behind a wall where he's just going to charge into the wall so he doesn't hit you and stuff like that. I still don't think that's a real fix. They should just also actually fix his charge because it's actually just badly programmed. But they didn't do nothing. They just didn't do enough. $50-50. Either you get it or you don't. Actually, wait, you're right. It is 50-50. Just like every other dodge in the game. Another fix more like removing the ability to swap weapons during pivot animation being removed. Yeah. Okay. 28. So there's 2 more that I've forgotten about before we then head through Stormvale. Hold on, I can remember. What have we not done? I'm pretty sure we did the night stuff at Bernie's. Did the summon water... Oh, we haven't done that. We haven't gone back to this one. And then... What would be the other one? What's one that I usually forget? I mean, usually I forget this catacomb, but we did that one. We went back for Renala, who went outside. One stream while doing everything is Concert Radon run. You're stuck. That does seem like a rough run. Bonk. Okay, so then I'm missing... I haven't done Rick! Really? I thought I did Rick. Did I not do Rick? Wasn't it, Tree Sentinel? It says I haven't done Rick. I'm scared of Rick. It's true. It's an impossible feat. To YouTube right, or did it break? I guess it broke. I'm not seeing YouTube. I have the multi-chat on. I haven't told it not to show YouTube, but I do not see YouTube on my multi-chat right now. Assuming that someone has posted something recently. Okay, YouTube off and on. Oh, now I see. Although now I'm also, because I toggled it off and on. There we go. Free for a bit, and we didn't party. You were free. Now you're no longer free. I'm now looking. You are dying. Worms must always be murdered first priority. Bugs too. You're working here? Yeah. I'm sure it's been working for YouTube the whole time. I wasn't seeing YouTube chat is what happened. So anything you guys were typing, I apologize that I did not respond to it. It did not show up on my chat. Yeah, it's wonky sometimes.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. A sec. The hydrate. If it was a zip glitch, speedrunner, because you recognize his face. Yes! I am a zip glitch runner. Practicing the unalloyed Millennia mod. Ah. I guess I hadn't done Rick yet. Don't know why I thought I'd done Rick. I'm chatting Twitch in the first place. Ah. Oh, Vinny. Huh. You can chat on YouTube. Let's go. Sometimes Twitch is small. Okay. It's a good thing Yathlon was looking out for YouTube. Otherwise, I would have just assumed that I had fallen off plus L plus ratio, and nobody watches me on YouTube anymore. Well, well, well. Thought I'd just help myself to a man's personal belongings. GG. Run over. We won. Only the greatest of stars. Ooh, big bird. To a man's personal great stars. Sacred Tear is awesome. Ash of War, Carrion Grandeur. Like, we could make a Frost Great Stars maybe with that. Unless it has to be a sword. This milestone was 5 extremes on new. What are you talking about? That new Boom Kitty song? I don't know what that is. I assume you guys are chatting amongst yourselves. Rusty key in non-default locations. It seems I'm not cheating this time. Yeah, we already had the rusty key. We bought it from somewhere. I think rusty key is always guaranteed to be in Limgrave. With the settings we have. This is the Magnus weapon. All we need is great stars for it. With a glintstone wet blade. And we'll be all set. Or did I say great star? It was wild strikes. Make it frost. Have frost and bleed. While smacking them an infinite number of times. And we'll be all set. Nothing can stand the bleed plus frost wild strikes where I'm healing with every hit combo. Say it the way they spelled it? No. Because obviously it was just a typo, so I have to, you know, say what they meant. AA Ron. You done messed up, AA Ron. Bonk.
I am the Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together.
All right, double check. 31 out of 31 Limgrave. You guys can't see it, but everything is checked. Moving on to Liurnia. Aaron Rodgers, yep. Me and my family still always call him Aaron. Chat can't see progress or run is invalid. Yep. If I'm secretly hiding it from you. Okay. This gold seed pickup near Nefeli. Yeah, it's not a key item. With these settings, gold seeds are not key items. So it's just, it could be anything, but it will not be a gold seed.
You then believe it on for a... Well, you're a true. My name, presuming you're only...
It's trash. Tops looks actually homeless. Yeah, when you can... Like, his face always, you know, on that scraggly side, but then take him out of the scholarly robes.
Surprised no matter why don't. Oh, but don't.
Ooh, Sacred Tear. I haven't actually bought a lantern yet, so we'll take that. Turn on there. How come this guy is dead when you find him again in the academy? That's not him. He's alive. You give him the key that you find in the academy. Oh, Neil. Oh, boy. How have you not staggered yet? Ugh. He is apparently built different. After giving key, he dies? Oh, wait. No, you might be right. Oh, sorry. I was thinking in the chandelier. No, you might be right. He might be dead. I don't know. I actually have no idea what happens with Tops. I was just thinking, like, you get the key to give him in the academy from a dead body, but it's not him. It's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Tops' storyline. He does something. Probably. Playing Elden Ring Unalloyed Millennia mod. I trust that you have heard of this. I have heard of it. I haven't played it, but I've heard of it. Does the mod just, like, put you there on a new character? Or is it, like, you have to have a character already at Millennia, then you install the mod, and then you fight her, and she's, like, harder? Have you seen it too? It's quite ridiculous. I have not seen it, no. I have 300 hours in Elden Ring. What a noob. I mean, 300 hours in any game is still a lot. Bell bearing, staff, and barrier. Eh, okay. So that's how you get it. Okay. He dies sadly. Damn. Okay, nice. Get staggered right in the poison. Okay. Comboed. He leaves. You next find him at the table near the school grace with the sorcery tops barrier or something. Yeah. Basically overworked himself. Oh. No Burge. Jellyfish is chilling. We can leave it. Have to play Convergence. Me too at some point. And kicked from the best uni and sneak back in. You are not going to be welcomed. Well, yeah, that's true, but you wouldn't really expect to end up, you know, dead from that. One hit for a bird, two for a skeleton. I mean, yeah. I would expect a giant spiky mace to be more effective against a bird than against an undead skeleton that has risen from its grave. Yeah, that makes sense to me, actually. Bonk. The bird is your size, though. I mean, yeah, but like, it kind of depends on the magic that's used to... Why did I take fall damage? While walking down that. The magic that's used to reanimate the skeleton, right? Like, if the magic just kind of, like, loosely puts the bones together and you hit it and the bones all go flying off from each other, sure. Wouldn't take much at all. But if it's, like, magically keeping everything going and giving the skeleton strength even though it has no muscles and, you know... I feel like I could definitely see that being, resilient. You fight 10 bird-sized ewes or 1 ewe-sized bird. Definitely 10 bird-sized me's. Good thing I remembered to put my weapon in the offhand. So he thinks it's only useful for endure. And then he tries to punch me instead, mostly. Not a fair fight? What do you mean? I gave him my entire build. And not a fair fight would have been if I gave him nothing, right? If I took off my weapon and I did all that, that wouldn't have been a fair fight. That there was a perfectly fair fight. He had all of my resources and he just used them wrong. Max out on Super Rich on your PS5 Elden Ring account. Move to PC for mods such as the Millennia one. Ah, nice. Yep, that's part of the reason why I always play things on PC if at all available, because it's so nice to have mods available. Don't think you got all my healing flasks. Well, did I use all my healing flasks? I'm just saying. You could just use Cheat Engine to get all your items back and reveal all the sites of greats, and then just launch the Elden Ring from the Millennia mod folder. That's true. Yeah, you could just cheat set up a character. Yeah. It is night. We've got Gary. Wow, look at how much better Radahn's helm is than the Helm of Solitude. They have the same defense. And it's just 3 pounds lighter. They really did heavy armor dirty. Like, medium armor in Elden Ring is so good. And then heavy armor in Elden Ring is like... not. It's that gravity magic. It's gotta be. Solitude is for poise. It doesn't even have like that much more poise though. Like, it is for poise. Just look at the difference in poise. Poise 11, poise 14. It is more, but it's 3 more for 3 pounds. Am I gonna pay £1 per poise? I don't think so. I don't think that's the going rate for Verdigris Discus. I guess if you are trying to be heavy load, yeah, it can. And if you went into the DLC already, like with maxed out endurance, and you're like, wait, how am I gonna get heavy load for this Verdigris Discus? It is heavy enough; it'll help you out there. Melania's is pretty good defense for the weight, actually. I'll keep fingerprint, but it's close. Did not realize he was charging. The charging Chuck. Can you just cease at some point? Bonk. One would be so kind as to stop causing forest fires. Smokey would be very disappointed. Was the deaths counted for? Number of runs? No. And I could change it to number of runs, but it's keeps track of if I have died in this run, which isn't really that helpful because it's permadeath. This overlay was created for a challenge where theoretically you could like die and continue and try to get as few deaths as possible while doing all the bosses, which is not what we're doing now, but for that purpose you might have wanted to continue with the deaths, with a death. So bonk. Now I can say bonk again. Now we have a bonk. Who was your least favorite speedrunning boss? Leda and friends. Oh, technically they're not a boss. They're a boss. Second place, honestly, maybe Morgott. Maybe. Senesax is definitely up there. Senesax is really bad for speedruns. Don't you dare. Saw you on Games Done Quick, and I remember that you kept failing the zip glitches for Malekith. So actually, I wasn't failing it. The computer was failing it. Do you want to know how I know it was the computer that was failing it? Because for the sake of the show and putting on a good performance, I had a macro ready just in case. And I had to resort to the macro, and the macro still had a 10% success rate. Just because their computers were so bad at keeping a stable frame rate. Because you have to keep a stable frame rate for zips to work. Otherwise, they just don't work.
You are free. I would say.
Fortisax in speedruns is actually kind of cool because he's got a guaranteed start where you can hit him in the head, and then he's got sort of like a guaranteed phase transition where you can hit him in the head again. So he can actually be kind of interesting for speedruns. Placidusax, though, he's pretty not fun for speedruns.
Very well. Heresy, all thing. You will, Lord Radigan. He came too soon. However, Radigan.
GDQ exposed. They're not calling me again. No.
A famed when he glim and as such. A famed when he glim and as such. She is the great, sadly, and then. Now she the grim. You would do severing of.
Okay, that should be all of them. You see yourself speedrunning Sekiro again in the future? Yes, I guarantee you I will be speedrunning Sekiro again within the next 2 months, because we're going to be running it at SGDQ. So I need to get prepared for it for SGDQ. Sure, blame the computer. Better is just opinion-based person to person. Well, I should say Liza P, Kazan, and Wukong are all the gold standard for Souls-likes. Well, one of them isn't really a Souls-like, but other than that, I agree with you. They're all three very good. Arguably, 2 of them aren't, like, truly Souls-likes. Okay, yep, I definitely wanted to riposte there, yep. I was definitely right where the riposte happens. Isn't Wukong a God of War-like? Yeah. Which, if you want to call God of War a Souls-like, you know, you could, but yeah, it is closer to God of War than to Souls. Like, right, the barrier for everything is never entirely clear, but to my mind, it's not close enough. Isn't Elden Ring an Elden Ring like? No, Elden Ring has nothing at all in common with Elden Ring. I don't even know why you would suggest that. Third-person action game, right. Third-person action game is not sufficient for Souls-like. Divine Kazan played more like Devil May Cry with the spear and dual wield, but the greatsword, that was hard to learn. Yeah, I played with the greatsword. So for me, with the greatsword, it felt more Souls-like. But I can totally understand someone playing dual wield or spear and being like, Souls-like? What are you talking about? Because those things were fast. And also, they just, like, did more damage than Greatsword. I think they even did more stagger, because I think it, like, stagger wasn't, like, directly scaled that way. I think Greatsword in Kazan was just, like, playing on hard mode, I think. But it was a lot of fun, for sure. What about 2D Souls-likes like Blasphemous? That's a good question. I mean, obviously, if you specify them as 2D Souls-likes, I got no problem with that. I'm down to call them 2D Souls-likes. I think that's, like, very clear than what you mean. If you just called them Souls-likes without the 2D, it's like, is 2D close enough to be this is a Souls-like? I don't know. Also, just remembered I have rune arcs. Where'd she go? The playthrough with all 3 weapons. Greatsword is definitely the hardest, but all of them are fun. Yeah. Holy 10,000. Blasphemous is more of a Metroidvania. I'd call Salt and Sanctuary more 2D Souls-like. Okay. Like, I feel like most 2D games are at least somewhat Metroidvania. Hollow Knight is obviously, like, 90% Metroidvania. Maybe, at most, 10% Souls-like, but I think it's more like maybe 5% Souls-like and, you know, the rest, you know, other inspirations and stuff. Head Wolf. Okay. Mega Man's not really Metroidvania. It's at least a percent. It's at least a good percentage Metroidvania. Right? You gotta... But you're right, it's pretty different. It's pretty different. It's at least a percent, but it's not a large percent. You're right, you're right. PAX 2018, they told me both Salt and Sanctuary... At the booth that Salt and Sanctuary was Souls-like. Well, I mean, the developers can only tell you what their inspirations were. The developer could tell me that Elden Ring is a racing game. A racing simulator game. And it doesn't matter if it's like, that was their inspiration for it. That's just not what it is. So if a developer tells you, our game is a Souls-like, what they mean is, we were inspired by Souls-likes when we created the mechanics of the game. They can't really tell you the mechanics of the game are, you know, guaranteed in this genre. It's just that was their goal when they were making it, was to make it like that genre. The artist cannot necessarily tell you everything about their art. Some of it is just how the art is, regardless of the artist. Can you get over here so I can get away from that guy spamming fire? Racing around on my Honda Accord, which I have been offered. That being said, I do feel like Salt and Sanctuary did feel very inspired by Souls-likes, and I would be willing to call it a 2D Souls-like for sure. But I don't think that just because the developers said that, that guarantees it. it's slimes. Is that dancer? Yep, Rhythm is a dancer. Oh, and a hand. She's got kind of heavyish armor here. It'd be so nice if the randomizer giving them heavy armor would actually make them fat roll. So that the downside of heavy armor would be applied to them. All right, nice. It's a sales pitch. You're like Dark Souls? Well, yeah, everyone does. Right, exactly. To be honest, FromSoft are inspiring a good majority of the gaming industry currently. From Resident Evil to Doom, you can see the influence. I agree, but I don't think that makes everything a Souls-like. What's GD? Are you get D's nut? Or are you referring to GDQ? Games done quick? Or was there something in the chat that I missed that was referring to GD? Sometimes was also inspired by so many games that came before it, just like most games. Absolutely. Games inspire games and create better games all around as the process continues. It's a good thing. The hardest video game ever. Oh, it's a conversation you guys have. I gotcha. Ow! Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Oh, do not like, do not like. Those bugs. Okay, nothing else to pick up there. Your game is a Pong-like, because you can move the character, true. At the end of the day, all genres are just approximations of characteristics that something roughly has to give you some idea as to the likelihood that you may enjoy it. Not any sort of guarantee that you may, but some sort of likelihood that you may. Like, I enjoy... Ooh, Dancing Lion. This should be the non-Deathblight, because we've already done the Deathblight. But we're in water, though. Okay. The lightning's gonna be interesting. Like, I enjoy a very large percentage of Souls-likes. And a very small percentage of, you know, racing games or crafting games. Like, you know, Minecraft, whatever. Bonk. Dying to machine gun. Yep. It was my fault. Melania's Great Rune. That's not a good one. Would have preferred a different Great Rune, but okay. I should have just played it safe and strafed the machine gun. Elden Ring is a crafting game. It does have crafting in it. When you revisit Crab Souls for New Game Plus update. I already did. I'm not going to play through New Game Plus. I find New Game Plus to be boring in basically every game that New Game Plus is in. Half a pound for a poise maybe is worth it in some cases. It's a puzzle game. Weapon stats and armor to complete the puzzle. But what if instead of completing the puzzle, I just flip the puzzle over onto the floor and then just don't do any of gathering a good weapon or armor or anything and just win anyway? I feel like Melania's Great Rune will interact well with Great Stars. Yeah, but reducing the amount you can heal from flasks incentivizes gameplay that's likely to get you killed, right? Let's say I get hit down to half health. Yo, Raidens! Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Let's say I got hit down to half health, and my options are back away and heal, or go in and attack. Well, which one of those is more likely to possibly get me killed? Obviously, it's go in and attack, because maybe I go in, I try to attack, I get hit back first, you know, I'm gonna die, right? Whereas if I back off and heal, you know, I'm probably gonna stay safe enough, I'm gonna eventually get to full health. So Melania's Great Rune incentivizes you to go in and attack instead, which is fun, I like that, but is not great for the play style that will help you to stay alive most often. How did you face away from me? Blue Dancer Charm, unfortunately not good because we're going to stay on our defense.
Hydrate.
Yeah, this is Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Yeah, it's a reskin. Thank you for the hydrate.
Gubga.
Go. I think Melania's Great Rune is basically good in one of two situations. One, you're not really scared of dying, and so it just lets you like stay in the fight longer and have to heal less often. Or two, if your flasks already like, ooh, Godskin Duo, ooh, your flasks already like overheal you by so much that losing them healing for as much doesn't really matter. Like if I right now had plus 10 flasks, Melania's Great Rune could actually be pretty good right now, because for my max health, they're healing like so much already that reducing that by a bit wouldn't be too bad. And so I could kind of just get some free health occasionally from the lifesteal, but I think outside of that, it is more likely to get you killed than it is to save you. Ow, rude. Gosh, they are just being so rude. Stop throwing things at me! Why did you transform so early?
Good morning. Hope you doing absolutely awesome. Have fun and slam 'em. Praying gesture emoji. Sun emoji.
Thank you, Waikawa. Ah, the Godskin duo is down. The only two in the duo. What the? It was a trio this whole time? Hooray! Academy Glintstone key. Okay. Or tree duo, but it's a trio because we felt like it. The 4 kings is as many kings as there need to be. Yeah, it's funny when it's 4 kings, but it's actually 6 kings. Ow. Not realize Crystallians were that good at taking you off torrent. By the time you get Millennium's Great Rune, your flasks are already near maxed. There are a few items like that, yeah. Stallions are theater kids. You know, they absolutely do attack in a very theater-like way. I can't even deny that. They truly do look like they're trying to present their attacks to the audience. Making sure to cheat out. So that should be all the ones around there. Didn't get to take his cape off, and he was so warm too. He was just trying to cool down a bit. The previous attempt end with exclamation last death. Yo.
How can I?
Ooh, spiked crack tier and a talisman pouch and some stone sword keys that I can't quite afford unless I can afford them. Hooray. Okay.
Have a safe.
Did I grab your bell bearing? I still don't have anything to put on these, but I sure do have the talisman slots. A classic, yep. Me when I'm bad at the video game. And let myself get hit by the most obvious one shot. Merchant bell bearing selling a crimson amber medallion in case you wanted 6% more health. It is percentage? That's actually pretty good then. I thought it was a flat amount. Percentage is good because we're going for a lot of max health. So it scales well with us already also having a lot of max health. Yeah, I'll probably get that at some point. I think once I get my endurance to the point that I'm happy with it and we're like good armor in every slot, which like we've got pretty decent armor in every slot, just like it could be a little better. Then I think we save up all of our runes to buy everything, and then after that we maybe consider... Oh, I did not think I could squeeze through there, but I did. We maybe consider saving up enough levels to eventually be able to swap to the anvil hammer or the finger. Both of which I think in the late game do a bit better than Great Stars, but I do still love me some Great Stars. Great Stars is a very comfortable pick for me. We might just stick with Great Stars the whole time. Egg skip. Enjoyed Elden Ring more than Elden Ring DLC. That's fair. I think a lot of people did. I like them both. I like them both a lot. I would say that I probably did enjoy Elden Ring more than the Elden Ring DLC, just because it was like the first time playing it. But I think quality-wise, I think of them as very similar. Not like not having sound for this guy. I like to know what he's doing when he's wiggling around and the camera doesn't show me much. Easy. DLC copied a bunch of stuff from the original game, less new stuff to offer. I mean, the base game copied a lot of stuff from the base game. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, be like, my favorite DLC boss is the Tree Sentinel. And the Ghost, and the, Deathrite Bird. But I'm also not holding it against the DLC as though, like, this is a major negative towards the DLC, is that it had bosses that also existed in the base game. It's just not, like, you know, I count it as very, like, neutral, like... Because not a lot doesn't negative a lot. I mean, like, the DLC does have a higher concentration of, like, remembrance bosses. I guess I just leave that, because it's just going to take too long. It does have a higher concentration of remembrance bosses than the base game. Oh, am I... Okay, that doesn't do fall damage. Okay, I guess we are not going to climb. We are going to kill that. I did not realize it reached that high. Did you guys know that reached that high? I did not know that reached that high. That was ow. Way higher, 1/4 rather than 1/10, roughly. Yeah. So, like, I don't think that the DLC is just like, oh, it's all reused bosses. I'll bet that even if you count every boss in the DLC that was in the base game, as well as every boss in the DLC that there's another one of in the DLC, I still think it's less percentage reused than the base game was. Which, again, is not to be like, the DLC is so much better than the base game. Like, I like them equally, but I just don't think it had some bosses from the base game. I don't know. That to me just doesn't matter that much. I don't know, base game is worse repeat content. I think so, but... it just has so much health. Give me the riposte. They did Moog dirty in the DLC? Didn't they do Moog anti-dirty? Didn't they clean him up? They let him beat the allegations? Don't mind repeats unless it's a horrible boss. Yeah, I was not a huge fan of the Deathrite Bird in the DLC, but I'm also not a huge fan of the Deathrite Birds in the base game. They proved his innocence. Ectus, okay. Completely unnecessary. We never used Ectus, but still. Is GDQ Sekiro going to include some of the newer tech, flinging your poisoned corpse into a checkpoint, or is it the classical no major glitches? It is glitchless. It is not just no major glitches, it is glitchless all bosses for the Sekiro. So, it will definitely not include that. Just like the DLC for its leveling system, normal levels feel kind of useless, and Skidoo Tree fragments feel bad as you just have to go find them all to feel like you're doing any meaningful damage. I mostly disagree with that. I mean, I think normal levels in the DLC feel exactly the same as they do in the base game, because they are the same. There's nothing that causes levels to be any different in the DLC. But obviously you will already have a lot of levels going into the DLC, so getting more levels on top of that, yeah, obviously does feel less impactful. These Skidoo fragments, you don't really need a bunch of them to be doing meaningful damage. Like, obviously they do help for sure. But I don't think that without them you're like, I don't do anything. Ow. Stop that, Miriam. Stop. Are you so annoying? Oh, stop that, I said. But I don't think they're like, I don't think it's like, you know, unplayable if you have, like, especially if you're missing a level or two compared to what you should be. It's just not that, it's just not that big a deal. If you're going from 0 to full Skidoo, yeah, it does make a big difference. But I doubt that anyone playing through the DLC is going to get to the end and be at Skidoo level 2. Right? Like, everyone's going to be at, like, 10 at the absolute minimum, which already has most of the scaling that you need. And then I think exploring to find them, I think is fine. Although I think a few of them are in, like, weird places. Like, putting them on random guys that look like the other guys and, like, maybe are slightly sparkly. Like, I didn't find all of those in my first playthrough, I'm sure of it. So having them be a little more obvious, like the churches for Sacred Tears in the base game, or the trees that you can, like, see glowing from a ways away for Golden Seeds, I think could have been better. And it would have been better if they had a slight excess of them, so that you had enough to get to level, like, 25, but then the max is only level 20. So, you know, even if you don't find all of them, you'd be maxed out. Would have been better. But I don't think that makes the system terrible. I think it was an okay system that could have been better. I don't think it was a bad system that needed to, you know, be reworked. Personally. Ons. Thank you. God, Ons hits hard. Ugh. Okay.
My dear daughter, weave thy night.
Does a guy that little have that much stance? He actually doesn't have very much stance. It's just like it resets really quickly. So if you don't get it all in one combo, you just don't stagger him because he's back to full stagger immediately. A knight became the queen.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence he hide.
Good.
And light aplenty.
Yeah, Armor of Solitude is probably too heavy to be worth it. It would take too many. It is 20 more poise, but we probably keep Royal Knight's Greaves and call it good for endurance for now. Pretty much all the scaling you need just along the way. You can easily get Skidoo level 15 just doing all DLC remembrances. Right. So yeah, I think the Skidoo Tree Fragment was a fine system that could have some obvious improvements, but yeah, that's my opinion on it. And I even do like speed runs and stuff, which is like where it gets the worst, because I gotta go out of my way to get some of those, you know, every single time I do a speed run, and I still don't think they were that bad. Scary. We've got multiple Garys in this game. Can't really bring yourself to the DLC again because the first part feels like opening hour or so of Elden Ring run, where a run around collecting seeds and tears just feels too tedious. Yep. It is, that is the first hour and a half of my, all bosses 4-player run is running around collecting Skidoos and grabbing all the, graces for the entire zone. Before I kill a single boss in the DLC, I get Skidoo level 10. It's very silly. Okay, we might have enough runes to go back and buy everything we need now. But I think that judging a system based on how it plays on a second, third, 10th playthrough is not fair to the system, because any system should be designed around a first playthrough. Like, if there's a system that is great for a first playthrough and bad for a second playthrough, that's still a great system. And if there's a system that's awful for a first playthrough, but it's so good on your second and third and fourth place, oh my god, that's an awful system. You can't, it's... The first playthrough experience is like the only thing that matters. And if you're doing multiple playthroughs, you know, it's understandable if you're like, well, I don't really want to do a second playthrough now, but that's kind of then on you as opposed to on the system. Like, I'm sure for some people it makes a second playthrough more interesting because they're like, okay, now on my second playthrough, I'm going to not get the Skidoo fragments and I'm going to challenge myself like that or things like that. Like, it does open up more possibilities. I don't think it's all bad on a first or on a second playthrough, even though it is bad for me and the way that I do play. The game with New Game Plus system system, I think secondary playthroughs should be considered. I don't, because I think probably 5% of people ever do New Game Plus in any game. So if you're making your system for 95% of the players worse to make it better for 5% of the players, I don't think that's a good trade-off. I mean, if you make a system that's better for everyone, including a first playthrough, great. All for it, put it in. But if you are making a system that you think is worse for a first playthrough to make it better for a second playthrough, I think that is, like, never, ever worth it. And that's not even considering, like, the economics of it. Where, like, if somebody quits in their second playthrough, who cares? You've already got their money. If somebody quits in their first playthrough, well, maybe they're going to refund it or something. Or, alternatively, you could think of it as, like, if someone even is playing a second playthrough, that must mean that they enjoyed their first playthrough enough. So how do you get more people to do a second playthrough? You make the first playthrough really good. Like, you should make things as good as possible in a second playthrough, but never at the expense of a first playthrough. So that's why I think everything needs to be judged based on how it is in a first playthrough, unless it's something that's unique to a second playthrough. Also, Skidooed fragments aren't even bad for New Game Plus, because you just have them all already. You can get to max level Skidoo, do New Game Plus, you're at max level Skidoo, as far as I remember at least. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So, yeah. Oh. Like your first playthrough with Bell Curse on, didn't know what that was. Nice. It's only starting a fresh character a second time that I think Skidoo fragments are particularly not great for. And that's a tiny fraction of the player base. That is how they work. Nice. Ah, another Mimic tier. Will he figure out how to actually use my weapon? Nope. He's got the fists out. Just started a second character for Elden Ring yesterday, and it's painful to run around looking for a fun weapon and not remember where anything in Limgrave is. Yeah. Well, if you want one thing in Limgrave that's quite good for starting again, there's always Bloodhound's Fang.
I presume I am an old, so perhaps.
Yeah, the Mimic tier is right-handed, so he tends to only try to attack with whatever's in the right hand. So if you're using your weapon two-handed from the left hand, you just can't figure it out. Southpaw and Orthodox also matters in this game. Only for Mimic tier, for the most part. Couldn't fathom that an Elden Lord contender could be ambidextrous. The funny thing is, we're not even. We're still swinging it like we're right-handed. It's not like putting in your left hand makes him, like, put it over his other shoulder. He's got his other hand up. No, we're absolutely still swinging this around left hand or right-handed. Just like technically the equipping of it is in the left hand. I put my left hand on it first before putting my right hand on it to two-hand it. It's very funny. The old switcheroo. Oh, I've got some good poise here. There's a question of dev time better spent. Yeah. Yeah, there wouldn't really be any reason for them to change the orientation of how you swing things on the left hand. It's just kind of funny. The Elder Brain from Bloodborne, what was that? That was a land octopus. I don't know what a land octopus is, but that's what it is. It's got a beak, which octopuses do have. Octopi? This is a DLC Drake? Nope. Grail. Get your face down here. Bonk. Nice. An octopus with a beak is half alien fish and half bird. Yeah, that's it. Grail is in Kaled. Yeah, it's the one on the bridge in Dragon Barrow. Time for I am.
Why not? But please. A little.
Oh, key item. And nothing else. Oh, ooh, it's an incantation. Enchants right hand armament with holy damage. It takes a lot of stats, but that's a possibility. We'll take that. Holy damage. Anyone actually try to do a Reduvia run? Yes. Reduvia has been done in runs many times. It is a solidly okay weapon. It's a solid C tier. It's got bleed on it. Whoa, game crash? Whoa. Game crash. Weird. Okay, that shouldn't disqualify our run. As long as we load back up and it still says death 0. This is not World of Warcraft where you get disconnected from the online servers and it just kills you. We should come back in and it should be fine. Nah, check him PC. He was clearly about to die, so he forced quit the game. He was clearly about to die. Run over, spliced. Run disqualified. I defeated my RAM and GPU. Okay. What a weird thing to happen. Diablo 4 hardcore. Yep. I remember it in Diablo 3 hardcore as well. Yeah. The IGT will get a little messed up because of that crash, but we're not really timing this, so... Oh well. Dragon game moved so slow, and my game moved fast like a rocket. Super difficulty beating it. You know, when you have time to sit back and watch, you can kind of see that, yeah, dragons are not usually that fast. It also kind of depends on your positioning. Depending on your positioning, you might give them opportunities to do attacks back to back. Whereas if you're in certain other positions, they might have to like turn before they can attack. And so they can't quite attack as often. Oops. That was an obviously wrong time to attack. Oh, it's the one that splits. My damage there was not as high as I was hoping. Is Diablo part of WoW? No, but it's also made by Blizzard and has the same like netcode stuff. And since it is also made by Blizzard, there's Diablo references in WoW and WoW references in Diablo. But although Diablo is directly in Hearthstone, which is the card game of World of Warcraft, so... What happened? What happened with what? To the last run? Well, we've got a command for that. We finally have a command. I've been forcing Yathlin to keep it updated. Hearthstone is WoW. Yes. We actually added a command. Yep. We're only going to update it for runs that actually get started. Like, this one now is actually started. But...
Thou must have, though I have... no intrigue. Wilt thou? I am the wit that I might well. Thou art, but I require. I anticipate.
Yeah, that was the correct way to do it. That's the fastest way.
Yes, I don't know what since I asked. I reside in...
Name's Blood.
I reside.
I'm
It.
situated the Eternals. I'm planning to go see if I can.
We're gonna upgrade the command again because I'm never gonna die. Exactly.
I will.
Have you completed this run before? No. That's why we're trying to do it. I mean, I've completed this run with 1 death. We have not completed it with 0 deaths. Good luck with Melania. Oh. You may be talking to me, but if you're talking to... I can solo him. Yeah, yeah. Hello! Melania in Randomizer is definitely tough, but not like that. Well, depends on the arena. Depending on the arena, she can be, like, an instant lose, but most arenas, she's actually not too bad. You need to come to Ronnie and Rando. You find the items anyways. Oh. I guess that's true.
Good luck, Mitch.
And she doesn't directly... She doesn't give you a key item at any point in her quest line. I guess you're right. She doesn't give you a key item. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that'll save us time in the future then. Just skipping Ronnie. Inverted tower statue? I think in Randomizer, I guess they just put it somewhere. Like, they call that a key item, but they don't call the item that she would give you. That normally would be the inverted tower statue. They don't call that a key item location. Which to me sounds a little strange, but yeah, if that's the way that the randomizer logic works, then that makes sense. There's a key item without a base location, I guess. No need to mud me like that? What does that mean, Zoodle? I've never heard of this. What is it to mud someone? Ow! I didn't even see that there was a ballista there. I just looked over at chat, and that hurt. Oh, good thing I did not get knocked off the edge from that. What's 40 bosses, and she kills you? You gave her some liquor. Wait. Say Trina? No, Ronnie. Wait, what did she... Wait, what? She can kill you? Back when DLC wasn't a thing. Ah. Boss Random talked to her to gain access to Angel, I guess. Gave her the potion and she Thanos snapped you. Wow. I've never seen that. That's incredible. Certainly one of the ways of all time for a run to die. Let me... Oh, I can't get past this wing. Easy. Sanctified Wetblade, Blessing of the Erd Tree. Effective getting rid of hackers, by the way, everyone. Is Steam very effective at getting rid of hackers? Pirated, Vocaloid, not usually pirater. A joke you wanted to make via Hatsune Miku. That does sound like that would do it. You watch that anywhere? That sounds hilarious. I would love if Zoodle had a clip of that. Asking for Zoodle clip? There you go. Check out this clip. Zoodle streaming Elden Ring. Okay, hold on. Let me get to the next race and we can watch it. Okay, let's see.
Play the newest Ragnarok.
I was just talking to Administer Amber Draught. What does that do?
Wait, I gave her the amber thing. Wait, why did I give her the amber thing?
Oh, oh no. Oh no.
I didn't play.
And it's not even giving her the thing that killed you. It's once she then said, "Be gone, I have no more use of you, how dare you?" Then talking to her 3 times. Oh, that was your PB run, dang. I mean, since then you've completed it, right? I think I saw it on your YouTube. But yeah. Oh, man. That's a muddin', yeah. I did base game like 2 years ago, including DLC 2 weeks ago. That was it. Yeah. I'll get it soon as I stop having random single incidents. Always at like the 100s. Somehow it's always the 100s that just... Okay, I've got a bunch of runes. I want to spend them before going into that next... Okay, so we'll kill this and then... I'll go back and buy absolutely everything at Round Table Hold that I might ever want. And then we'll get levels and then... Well, I didn't really mean to take that riposte, but it's fine. Now we just have to wait for forever for him to stand back up. Already at 54 bosses so fast. We are speeding a little bit. Yep, we're doing good.
Well then.
I might possibly ever want that. I might possibly ever want that. They at least both technically do something. I definitely want those. I definitely want that. Definitely want that. Definitely want that. This will be worth it. I just got to remember it. Remind me on Moog. I want that. That's actually... Especially because we don't have any talismans we currently want. That's pretty good. I might want to swap to the finger. Oh, I'd want that. I want that. I surprisingly wanted to buy more stuff than I was expecting. Oh, definitely want that. No. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I could want that. Any of this armor? Good? Guys, this is very heavy. Not really. I want that. I think that's it. Oh, nomadic 5, isolated 2. Already bought the things I want here. Oh, bewitching branches for Nile. Old. Big spender. So many. I guess I don't need that many. Okay, I think that's all that I want. Okay. We do love big spending. That sword is strong against the undead. Which sword? The twin sword? There's a lot of swords that are very strong against the undead. Oh, I'm currently heavy, though. So this for this. And honestly, this for this. And then... I'm gonna need the tiniest bit more endurance. But for now... the least difference is this. Okie doke. Or to have a heavier helmet chest piece because he doesn't need leg armor. True. I mean, also just in general, if you're doing mounted combat, it's totally fine to be heavy load. You're not going to be rolling anyway. Put better stamina talisman? Oh, right. I forgot to swap that. Yep. No, it's too heavy. I have to swap one more thing. I guess we'll go to Blythe's. Any chance to kill every boss on a single playthrough without going New Game Plus on Elden Ring? Yes. In fact, I don't know if there's any bosses you can actually lock yourself out of permanently. Besides Margit, if you've already killed Morgott, Margit doesn't exist. And people say Fortisax, but I don't think I've ever seen it actually be impossible to get to Fortisax. Like, I know you can do the quest in a lot of different ways and orders where you can, like, mess up one part of it and then you have to do, like, something else to do it instead. I don't know that there's any way to truly lock yourself out of Fortisax, but there might be. I could also possibly see not being able to get to the Moonlight Altar if you piss Ronnie off, but I actually don't know. As far as I know, it is at least nearly impossible to lock yourself out of any bosses, if not completely impossible. Hola. Oh, you can lock yourself out of Dane once you go to Enir Illim. Correct. Right. And Dane, we do count as a boss. Right. So, definitely Margit and definitely Dane are the two that I have seen people lock themselves out of. You do still end up killing both of them, just not as their own separate boss encounters, because Margit is Morgott, and you do kill Morgott. And Dane, you finish off in the Leda encounter. Nice, golden seed. Ronnie can get the church. You're forgiven for attacking Ronnie, though, if you have Celestial Dew and you go to best dog poke. You can be locked out if you accidentally hit her again after using every Celestial Dew in the game. You can be locked out if you accidentally hit her again after using every Celestial Dew in the game. Gotcha. Okay. And you do need to do Ronnie's quest to get to a stuff. And a doula, I think, at the top of the Moonlight Altar.
Sergio underscore Espina redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Kaboomkin, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Sergio, good luck. You won't need it, though, because tails never fails, so... You do Electo without the quest. Electo also. Yeah, right. Electo, Estelle, and Adula. However, there is... It might be patched out, but there at least was a way to get up to the Moonlight Altar without the Ronnie quest, where you could do all of them without the Ronnie quest, but that might have been patched out. I'm not entirely sure, so... Okay, we're at 57, and we have done everything in Liurnia but Makar. Nice. But heads never deads, and heads always shreds. No, heads go to beds. Because it is sleepy. No. What's that dungeon? That's, that one. Black Knife Catacombs. In the northeast of Liurnia. Probably patched, spent a few hours getting motion sick on torrent and couldn't get up or in stake range. Okay, they probably patched it then, yeah. I just remember we used to do that for an old, bounty. I think there might still be some way to do it, but much more complicated than just jump up a little and then die. Yes. Bonk them. Bull Goat Helm. Is Bull Goat still the most poise in the game? For the Bull Goat set? Yeah, okay. But not the highest defense. L2 set is more efficient with defense and weight and basically same poise. Gotcha. And then Verdigris is highest defense, but not highest poise? Question mark? I think it's same poise. Ah. Have them both at 100. Interesting. Release the cats.
The result is heads.
Tails. Executive decision. Ow. Gosh, okay, that was actually... If I had lost my stamina there and fallen there, we were probably just dead. Look at all those just sticking into my leg. This is so sad. It's so very sad.
Sergio _ Espina has been timed out for a week. 07 in the chat.
Rip. What is better versus lightning and sleep madness? Okay. Do something about that cat? I can't. He has everything he wants. There's nothing to be done. Bonk. Morgoth's Great Rune, the best one. Let's go. Simply press R1 and you win. Gosh, we could have our Helm of so Helm of Solitude is 1 less weight, 1 less poise, a bit less defense, but pretty darn close. Honestly, Tree Sentinel set might be the most, like, efficient for weight and poise and all that. Tree Sentinel set seeming kind of goated. Wait, do I have the full Solitude? I've got Solitude chest, Solitude helm, Solitude gauntlets. No Solitude greaves. Imagine though. It'd be so unkillable. '07, yeah, it's a salute. It's doing this. It's 07. Just like that. All good chatters go to heaven? Well, it's not a lot of chatters that go to heaven then, I guess. We done Deathless before without randomized. All bosses? I don't think so. I haven't really tried for it. So toxic. Look, I'm just saying there's a lot of bad chatters. That's all I'm saying. Do we disagree on this? Only paid chatters go to heaven. Exactly. You better be a paid chatter. The second you picked up a bow. That is something no man can return from. But cheddar is a good cheese. That is true. Cheddar's a great cheese. Chatting more to save my soul. Godric's great rune. That's good for the moment. Still. That's worth it to go pick up for the temporary boost. What happened to yesterday's run? You can type !last death to see. Was it last death? Previous death? What was the command? It might have been previous. No, it was last. Okay. Why did I second guess myself? I had it right. !next death. That's the next command we need to add. Mods, get on it. Make a clip of the next death we're gonna have and make a command of it. Gun down in the street. Yep. Oh, thanks, Kenval. I am very excited that we got not one, but 2 runs in. Sheesh. The run that I was, like, most expecting to get in, well, maybe second most behind the Elden Ring one. But I kind of knew the Elden Ring one had a chance of not being accepted because they wouldn't want Elden Ring. But I was pretty sure they were going to take Get to Work. And then I was really happy that they also took Sekiro. That was awesome. I was not fully expecting it, but I'm very happy they did. Why wouldn't they want Elden Ring? Because it's been in every single event since the game came out, and that's a lot of events in a row. So they wanted to give other games a shot. They love Sekiro. We all love Sekiro. Die too much in this game. They can definitely tone down the difficulty a bit. What? But it says death 0. We never die in this game. Do other games exist? Probably not. Any new games coming out I'm excited for? Night Rain. Elden Ring Night Rain at the end of this month. What happened to 4-player all bosses? Did it get accepted? No, it did not get accepted. It was, in fact, rejected. And again, it's probably just because they did not want Elden Ring, this event. Elden Ring either has the most or the second most events in a row that it was a part of. And they did not, I think, want that to become a record so long that nothing else could ever touch it if it, you know, was in every event for 10 years in a row. Can't submit after the 7th. Yeah, for late submission games, yeah. I say late submission, not like, oh, crap, I forgot to submit. Let me submit it now. I mean, like, for games that came out recently that you could not submit at the regular time because they weren't out yet. Oh, that bear standing. I haven't checked Ashes of War yet. Definitely might want to swap out an Ash of War onto this, because regular old Endure with standard scaling, the standard scaling ain't bad actually, but the Endure ain't doing much. Another run on GDQ for Elden Ring. Well, I'll keep submitting it. Whenever they decide they want it, I'll keep submitting it. But no guarantee of when that would be. Every time you click into streams, runs are dead. When you click out of streams, do the runs live? Do you have the power to control the rate at which lobsters die? Yo, what up, another whirlwind? Schrodinger's run if you're not watching. Ah. Bonk. Sick Drake and Josh reference. Thank you.
Hey Mitch. Just a small update on the spider. It noticed the message I sent earlier and it's been inching closer to you ever since. You should start panicking.
What? You told me to pretend like it wasn't even there. I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna keep pretending like it's not even there. That, you might think that's a boss. You might see there's a boss health bar at the bottom of the screen. That is not a boss. Because if you kill it, it just disappears and nothing happens. You get no credit. Bonk. Is the boss counter not working? No, it is. That's the current boss counter. PB is staying at 130 because we have not beat our PB of 130. You're done. I know, those two numbers used to go up together, but now I fixed it. And by fixed it, I don't mean made it start working again. I mean, kept it in place, so it will always say 130. Wish there was an option to stop enemies from respawning once you kill it. That would make it a very, very different game. That's like the whole kind of point of this style of game is that it doesn't do that. That each grace to grace is a challenge in itself for you to overcome. Can you beat everything between this grace and the last grace, or run past everything in order to get it? If you could go single enemy by single enemy, it would be very, very different exploration. Why DS2 is goated? You mean why DS2 is just not a Souls game? It doesn't even have patches. It's got non-respawning enemies. 100% confirmed, not a Souls game.
The latest Nighting trailer. It looks sick-emo, like meteors coming from the sky and volcanoes or something.
That's not the part that necessarily interests me that much, but I do think it looks really good. I think it looks like a lot of fun. I liked the various Night Lords that they showed off, which means there's at least going to be several different final bosses to do. So a reason to go through at least several runs to see all the... Oh, God, I hate those guys. Those guys are just wicked. The damage they do, we aren't even like in a high-scaled area yet, and that just hurt. swing. Bonk. DS2 is a coffin you can get in. Definitely a Dark Souls game. All random bosses have the most cursed names imaginable. Yes. It's part of the charm. Death Stranding too. Open Kazan video went. It's only like around 50 hours of footage to look through. Yeah, only like 50 hours. My editor is working on it, so give him time. He's also gonna start making shorts for me, and I gotta figure out what would actually make good shorts because I don't know how that works. But supposedly that's the way that you YouTube or something. I don't know. Don't you have pants? Well, but it's hot out, so I need shorts. Let him cook. I think the key to shorts is that shorts are so much more likely to get like randomly put in front of somebody's face. Whereas with long form content, they have to like not only see it, but then click on it. Whereas shorts, there's just so much stuff they can just like, and you're just immediately seeing it. It's just immediately a view. It's almost the same as like seeing a video on your recommended is almost the same as getting a view on a short. Because you don't have to like click on it. You just are scrolling and it just happens.
Perfect YouTube short would be the Scadu tree avatar dying to fall damage earlier.
Oh, that could be a funny one. I've watched like at least 2 Lil Aggie shorts. Nice. What I think would actually be good shorts for me to do, as opposed to just like having some shorts, would be quick mini tutorials of how to kill bosses, which would be for speedrunners, but I'm sure it could break into normie Elden ringing, possibly. Because everybody's looking for ways to kill bosses easy. Oh, thanks, Inhuman God X. Nice. And so many people telling you fought the boss wrong. It's bad on videos, it's worse on shorts. That's engagement. Tree Assassin Sentinel. Why you assassinate trees? I can't let you do this. Purposely fight the boss wrong in a short just to farm those people. Ride card with no Serpent Hunter. That... I feel like too many people would actually think that's impressive. Even though it's not too hard to do. Depending on your setup. Oh, Electo! We gotta be careful with Electo. Just play her safe. Most assassins, you don't really gotta play too safe, but Electo... just for that one attack. On the roll there. Hey. Rolling in the same direction as a grab is making you nervous. It's not as active as you'd think. It's quite safe. Bonk. Last time I was fighting Black Knife Assassin on Margit. Yep. I remember that one. Millennia reflexes. Honestly, the Black Knife Assassins fight very similarly to Millennia. You can also interrupt them as they, like, jump around to the side. I think they might even have some animations either copied or, like, very close. Possibly, like, copied and then tweaked. Die to Godric? I don't think we have seen Godric yet, so it's still possible. Amazing engagement. Oh, for a short. I forgot the conversation we had because I was so locked in on Electo. Yeah. And people just be like, why is this a short? What is this? Not copied, it's borrowed. Laura Melania is one of the assassins. Oh. Oh. Maybe she is. She does assassinate our Deathless runs, so... Actually, she hasn't yet. We have not yet lost to Melania, but she could. That works, actually. Wasn't where I meant to go, but... So the tutorial just die and end. Perfect. Lamenter. My damage here is not actually that great. There is some non-zero chance that we die here. We should be pretty safe now, because he will get at most one more. And then we should kill him after. And so as long as I kill any one thing here, we should be fine. Why did that one just die? I guess I can just kill all the ones except for him. That works. Hooray. Sometimes happens in rando, yeah. Fun fact, you can skip him teleporting with crouch poke weapons. Really? Like, you just stagger lock him enough? This was a hidden cutscene if you go back to Melania after killing Mikola. Would be cool. Sure, why not? Oops, all endurance. Still can't wear the armor of solitude. Guess I might as well go. Solitudinous. Actually, I might as well go bull goat since there's nothing stopping me right now. Ooh. Kind of fits though, a little. Right? Kind of fits together. I mean, it still looks a little silly because bull goat looks a little silly, but it kind of fits. Multiple times, and Fire Knight Greatsword just stun-locked him in Mountaintops and Limgrave. Oh, that's nice. One more boss. Endure is probably completely pointless with this much poise. Honestly, with this much poise, I wonder if Blasphemous Blade would actually be a really solid weapon. Because you could just spam and just be like, well, I'll heal through all your hits. Whereas normally for Randomizer, I feel like it's kind of just fine. Stop running away. Oh, thanks, Life Hurts. Blasphemous Blade is good even without the poise IMO. It's definitely not bad, but it's a little slow on killing things usually. Healing weapon art would help. Yeah, the prayerful strike, I think. Speaking of, what does Golden Land do? It could be a holy. Sacred great stars. I don't think we will, but... Oh, right, it's that. Something at range to do. Okay. So if a boss is just trying to, like, stall me out, just throw that at him. Range? What? It does like the fiery pew 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 pew. That's range. Look, watch. That's range. See? You can't say that's not range. Ranged option found. Is this the one where they come back to life? I don't think it is. I think this is the one where you can slowly clear the whole thing and make it a lot simpler. No wild strikes though, yeah. Wild strikes would be huge. This does actually damage. Sheesh. For the purposes of clearing out a bunch of enemies, this is definitely solid. Ow. Bad dog. Oh, I hate this. Ugh. And then there's just a whole red wolf there. If I can get it by itself, it's not too bad. Excuse me? Okay. Okay, that, I think was a safer option than trying to just rush through and climb the ladder. Using ranged options? Yeah. As long as they don't cost resources that I don't get back, like arrows. Also, I kind of forgot to spend my runes before this, so I'm gonna walk back. It's fine. It's less fine than I thought. That hurts. Man, DLC things just do not get scaled down properly, I swear. Using chicken leg, you know that thing does damage. That's true. Chicken jerky. My heart wasn't in that one, I'll be honest. Ooh, the poison flower blooms twice. We could do a poison great stars. That's honestly probably not bad. I'll do it at the next grace. More status, more better, yes. We would prefer it to be cold, but I don't have anything currently to make it cold. If I got Wild Strikes and I got the Glintstone Wet Blade so I could make it cold with Wild Strikes, then we'd be set. Will bosses last long enough for it to be worth it? Probably not, but... If there is a boss that lasts a while and we get them poisoned, it would be super worth. So, like, it won't do much against the bosses that are easy, but in theory, it might help against the bosses that are the most difficult, which is the ones you would want the most possible help with, right? Like, it doesn't even lose that much damage gaining the poison. Like, look at 330 plus 128 becomes 379 plus 139. So in theory, that's 50 less on the base, but actually 10 more on the scaling. So it's only 40 damage loss in order to get poison buildup. Plus, then we can actually, if they get poisoned, we can, here's where it's going to be actually good. We can then spend it on the poison flower blooms twice, which actually does good damage. So not just making it poison just for the sake of making it poison, but because once they get poisoned, you can spend the poison on the poison flower blooms twice, which does huge damage. And also, I think then builds up rot or something, but... You're in my way. Oh, you're not in my way. We're gaming. I think it's actually good. Ash War is what finally made poison make sense in this game, yeah. Oh, real Moog? I think this is real Moog. Maybe it's not. Because I think he would have traced there. Yeah, he would have definitely, so it's fake mode. Okay. He put all these explosive barrels around so that when he throws blood flame, he's a genius. Moog just immune to poison? It is a poison great start. I guess he's just immune. Illusion Mogus. Oh, right. Illusions are immune because they're illusions. Right. Kind of forgot about that. To be TBH with you. In the sewers, obviously he's immune to poison. He had to develop that over many years. All right, I'm going to do Elmer's glue first so I don't forget it later. Poison fuse it, there will be no rot buildup because each time you poison do the Ash of War, the status buildup resets. All status buildup of all things resets? I thought it was only the poison status that reset. Does that mean it also takes away my bleed buildup that I've got? That sounds wrong to me, but I don't know enough about it to say that. That at least feels like it shouldn't be the way that they would code it, but maybe they did. You all Nocturnal are in a weird time zone. I think a lot of... we've got a lot of Europeans, at least, I think. And then some Nocturnal, like me. Bleed stays, but poison and rot go away. But I thought the poison flower blooms twice built up rot. But it only builds up rot if they're not poisoned. If they're poisoned, it instead removes rot. Am I gonna die from this? I'm gonna fall, but that wasn't high enough to die. Oh, this is... That is one of the worst enemies to have. Maybe the worst. Oh my gosh. And just random enemy tree spirit. And bear. Oh god. Oh god. Please no. Holy. I'm alive, barely. Oh my god, what a brutal set of enemies. Wait, they're leaving? They're leaving. I don't need to Mog anymore. Holy. Maybe I should Mog anyway, just for safety. Oh my god. That's not good. That's really not good. I still gotta make it through there. That escalated very quickly. Okay, I guess we need to clear out everything along the way and try to take them one at a time. There's the bear. It didn't see us on the way in last time, but it did see us on the way out. Ranged option? Yeah, we could swap back to the ranged option. Also, have those ready. Use ranged weapon. I mean, the bear, once we aggro it, the bear is gonna charge at us and try to kill us. So range won't do like great against it, but it could help us get started. Yeah. Takes 0 damage. Why is he so tanky? Oh, and now the ant is here. Ow. Okay, well. Bear down. Ay, ay, ay. I can sneak in and not have a million things trying to stop me. Nope, nope, nope. A million things are gonna try to stop me. Oh god, that hurts so badly. Oh, why does it hurt so badly? I think that's the DLC one. I think anything that starts in the DLC just does not scale down as much as everything else. And so it just hurts way more than equivalent enemies in the base game. Do you think it'll get poisoned if it's in the poison? Is this the DLC spirit? I think so. But I don't know. I don't know how you tell. Oh, God. It literally just hurts harder than bosses do. Like, if this same tree spirit was a boss instead, I think it would hurt less. I do not know what to do here. They're just hanging out in the poison. I guess they're immune? Watch the PB death and hit live to catch up, and that nearly happened. Yep. Is the DLC spirit? I think the DLC ones have branches all over them. Okay. I mean, if they eventually get poisoned... No. He's just sitting in the poison. He's not getting poisoned. They definitely don't eventually get poisoned. Oh, what do I do? I'm gonna swap back to the ranged option. I'm gonna have to kill the bear again, but... Ugh. In theory, I can, like, shoot it once, back off, shoot it once, back off. Kukri stealth? I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think I have Kukris either. Would it be better sacred? No, we'll just do standard. Oh. Okay. Air went down a lot easier this time. Oh, it's stuck. This is not going to be enough to kill it, but... Oh, it's unstuck. Uh-oh. What if I just hit it? Oh, that was not what I meant to do. What if I just hit it from above? You think it can just not deal with that? Ugh. I don't know. Just kill it, it's a tree spirit. Are you seeing the damage it's doing to me? It does over, like, half my health in a single hit. If I get hit twice, I might be dead. Well, depending on the hits, it does, like, a little less than half on a lot of its hits. This is the final boss of the randomizer. Yeah, this is actually harder than any boss, for sure. Oh, it made it through immediately. No way! I couldn't see its mouth that I usually use for the visual cue of dodging. Okay. Whew. Okay, we're fine. We're so fine. Come on over. Come on. So just hide from this and then climb after, I guess? Oh, gosh. Or at least, like, try to get it to do something else. Okay, it's doing something else. Good. As long as I don't get shot by that ballista. It seems to have bad aim. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Easy, actually. Free. Not worried for a second.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. That's right, you should go rest to get your flasks back. You're right. Well, I just did. Yeah, that was definitely a sewers level threat. Usually we see threats like that in the sewers rather than here. Hello, jellyfish. This place is kind of sewers coded. I know what you mean. I kind of agree. Alright, I didn't go back to poison, but it's fine. Bonk. Yeah, and then that's the boss at the end. Not quite as difficult as getting there. That means the sewers are safe. That's the law of equivalent exchange. Yep. Imagine if that tree spirit was in the sewers. I don't think it would even fit there, but imagine it. Haha, no. I will not imagine that. At least it's out of the pool, yep. Oh, they just like all missed. I was just gonna let them take it out. Some good old holy damage. There's one less in the pool you have to fight. Well, the DLC one... Is there 2 DLC ones like that? That are just regular enemies? 3, actually, maybe? There's the one in Belurat, and there's, I guess, the 2 in Shadow Keep. So, yeah, 1 of the 3, I guess, out of the pool. Four to 5, actually? Oh. Is there 2 in Belurat? Or is there another area that they exist that I'm not thinking of? The river! And 2 in Belurat? Okay, so there's 5. Oh. Yikes. And they just, like, don't get scaled down properly. It's very cool. Oh, Miranda face. Omen Killer, you wanna... There we go. Wrong. Squished. Okay. Gotta love Randomizer for custom namings. One of my favorite parts of Randomizer. My favorite was Bowl's face.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Along with just Gary. Fully grown face. My god, his face, it's fully grown. Also, I could even keep going for more endurance, but I think getting to like 30 strength is going to be actually quite important. It also is going to let me possibly swap weapons. If I want to. As we keep redeeming hydrate beyond 8 liters, I die. Gold free. Okay, the jump attack on Great Stars is a little too slow. Doing it anyway, though. Ah, rewarded? Rewarded? Not on delay, actual cheating. Yep. Get cheated. Permadeath hydrate challenge run. I love cheating. The best. I'll use a death counter if it's perma. It's just built into the overlay that I'm using to display the bosses I've killed. I can change that if I want. It's just built in. So flex IDK, maybe. I could change it to attempts. I don't know if it will keep track of our attempts very well, but... because it didn't keep track of our PV very well, but maybe. I mean, it is kind of always a nice assurance. I do like it there so that if something happens... generally, you'd know if something was a death. But if there was something that was like borderline you weren't sure counted as a death, it would be nice to have the confirmation that it's still 0, I suppose. And as a viewer, I guess if you come in, you still know it's definitely actually still deathless. I didn't, like, die and I'm now practicing or something. But yeah, other than that, it's not super useful. Golden Land versus Golden Land. Maybe I should have said that. Also, I do think the Poison Flower blooms twice will be overall better. I am gonna swap to it. It just wasn't good in that poison pool where everything was immune to poison because they're enemies in a poison pool. So the game gives them automatic poison resistance.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Fuck.
Hydrate.
I'm truly trying to make me explode. Thank you for the hydrate.
Good.
Yes. Watch. No, myth. Myth luck good. You also play 2D games like Hollow Knight. I've played some 2D games. I really, really liked Nine Souls. I have not yet finished, but so far have liked Mandragora. Hollow Knight, I got maybe halfway through, probably less, to be honest with you. And I liked it, but my experience was a little ruined by other people liking it too much, if that makes sense. Other people not letting me have, you know, my little moments of like, oh, that sucked, I didn't like that. And being directly led by my friend, no less, to the worst part of the game. Overzealous fan, yeah. It's fine. If I did it again, I think I'd be able to deal with it a lot better. I think just at the time that I did it, I was a lot less chilled out than I currently am, and so I think it just, you know, somewhat soured the experience. I do want to play it again, though, for sure. I do want to finish it before Silksong comes out, and then I want to play Silksong. Ooh, Green Turtle Talisman. Like that. Do I just replace the Viridian Amber? Honestly, probably. It's a lot. It's a good bit of max stamina to lose, but the recovery is just way better, and I don't think we need both. How'd you die in previous attempt? You can see with exclamation last death. I cannot see anything. Bonk. Yeah, it's a pretty good Ash of War. It does that good damage when they get poisoned. You plan on playing They're Obscure while we're at Hyped Games anyway? I don't have a plan to play it, but watching other players has made me want to play it. I am very busy with... I want to finish this run because we started it. I want to practice for bingo. We might practice a little more for the 4-player all bosses because we're going to be showing that off at a GDQ hotfix. Then I want to do Sekiro bingo, and then we need to practice for Sekiro all bosses and for Get to Work for SGDQ. And then we've got Night Rain coming out as well. So with all of those things on the horizon, I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I just don't think it's gonna work out. It'd be cool, but poison reset when you Ash of War, yeah. That Ash of War slaps. It really does. And prom is tomorrow. You might be immune to poison, but I faced your stronger brother already. See, he does way less damage than that random enemy one. Oops. Apparently not immune to poison. It missed? Yeah, because he's still got the poison on him, so the poison flower blooms twice must have just missed. I thought it did some damage, but there it is. Ow. It does as much as like 5 R1s, maybe? Okay. A dragon. Had too many good games this year. Just too many. Let's get the if we get the run this attempt, we'll have a lot more time to do all the other things. Oh, already poisoned. Oh, the damage. But as much as the riposte. %of health if it's the total poison damage. I don't think it just does the poison damage. I think it's just a strong attack that happens. Went around to see the Ash of War, yeah. There's more damage with Rot, to be honest, and even more with both Rot and Poison. Oh, I didn't even know. I thought it built up Rot. Does it build up Rot or does it not? Also, if I were to switch to either of these, 39 into 1.5, it is divisible by 3, 13, 26 strength, and I have more than enough for the Gazing Flame already, so 26 strength. If I want to swap. And then I think from there we just max out our vigor to 60. Uperdance, Expedition 33, Silk Song, Copium. This is the Poison Flower blooms twice. Is Dark Ages on the schedule? What's Dark Ages? Worms. Less dangerous worms, but still. Doom! Right. Doom is not currently on the schedule, with all the other things that I've said. But it's one that could get added to the schedule. When does it come out? End of May, so the same time as Night Rain? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, uh-oh, Deathblight. Uh-oh, Deathblight. Uh-oh, Deathblight. Don't pull the lever. I need it to walk into the light so I can actually kill it. Nope, I am not getting anywhere near that. Oh, stop that, please. Yes. Try to hit me. No. Always careful around Deathblight. May 15th. Okay, so it's earlier, but it is right in the middle of the events that we already have. It's the day of our GDQ hotfix and just before the bingo. So, yeah. There's no way I'm going to play it on release. So the question is whether I would come back to it later. And the answer is maybe. Can you just hit him? Thank you. Do not lock on as a flex or what? Usually it gives me more control, although occasionally it can do things like that where it just misses, but usually it gives you more control on where you're hitting. Sometimes locking on is good, sometimes it is not good. Get over here. Oh! Fine. Somewhere, a heavy door opened. Alright, then I'm out of here. Doing DLC now? Nope, this is still base game. We won't be at DLC until the number of bosses is above 165. Are they usually here? Is this vanilla? Because I remember them being in an arena that's very similar to this, at least. Crucible duo is so annoying. I'm gonna leave him poisoned. No, it's of Zamor, so it's normally a Zamor guy. There was an attempt. Oh, weird. Nice. Whew, okay. I think that's the main Altus done, and now we're just over towards the capital, if I'm not mistaken. Barely night, let's make it more night. Those last boss I died, you can see with exclamation last death. Was bingo practice for weekend event? Yes. The weekend event, the 16th to the 19th. Dragon. The Dragon D's. A really unobservant dragon. My gosh. I just wanted to kill this thing. go. Yeah, I quite like the poison flower blooms twice. It is, it's putting in work. It just does feel like our damage is really low, though. You guys feeling that? Is it feeling like these fights are just taking forever? Even though Great Stars is undoubtedly a goated weapon, it's still just taking so long. It's not the end of the world. Like, we're still getting through it, but... Is it the talismans? We do have... Yeah, we don't really have good, like, offensive talismans at all. That's definitely part of it. We also don't have... Actually, I think I have something I can change out slightly for my flask, but... Oh, hello. Yeah, we can't even one cycle Radon. This is a tragedy. Did you by chance order mid stars instead of great stars? Maybe. Or accurate weapon arts. You have a maiden, or are you maidenless? What are you saying? What are you trying to say here? Look, just because somebody has no maidens, yeah. Are you allowed respecking? Yes. Yes, I could. If I think that I would rather have my levels somewhere else, I could absolutely change them. I think my levels right now are correct. I don't feel like they're wrong. We want to have enough vigor, obviously, to not die. We want to have enough endurance to wear nice heavy armor. Like, I feel like our levels are pretty correct. What are you trying to say with a simple question? Was it though? I don't think you use a different weapon when you have great stars. Right, great stars is definitely a great weapon. I mean, the anvil probably does do a good bit more damage. We might swap to the anvil. I do really like great stars though. Like, because great stars has it's like a perfect balance, a perfect middle of so many traits. It's not the highest damage. It's not the highest poise. It's not the fastest. It's not, you know, but it's got good damage, good poise, pretty good speed, pretty good range, bleed, you know. It's not the best of anything, but it's solid at everything. Oh, not a Royal Revenant. Luckily, it's AFK. I did not want that thing to see me. Is it Alablaster again? No, this is Great Stars. Alablaster is better than Great Stars, but Great Stars is also great. And has bleed. Wait, oops, not this one first. So good. Rusted spikes? Yes, please. Everybody loves rusted spikes. Be a great star if it wasn't great. Jack of all trades? Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily know that I'd describe it as a jack of all trades either, but it's worth investing in faith for a heal incant to deal with revenants. Generally I'd say no. There's not enough of them to worry about. They're not like the scariest thing in the randomizer. But like you could. But I would say in general, the amount of points that you would spend on faith, if you just instead put those points into more vigor, more endurance, more strength, more whatever, the percent success that all the other bosses goes up is so much higher than the amount that just the Revenant, you know, goes up. Like maybe the Revenant, your chance of success goes from, you know, let's say you're really bad at the fight and it's like 80%. Like you've got a 20% chance to die to Revenant. Like, oh god. And then it goes up to like 95% with the heal spell. 15% that you get, basically. If you instead just had that many more levels in vigor and everything else, if you just were 1% more likely to make it through every other boss, well, you can see it adds up very quickly. And in general, if you're not, like, really underpowered, you should make it through a Revenant just fine anyway. Will you chicken leg if it shows up? Yes. That's one I will absolutely swap for. Ymir? Infinite hands. Very cool. All the hands. Truly the mother of fingers. Oops, all hands. You have a tip for Radon. Play defensive, learn his moves.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Once you feel like you've got a good handle on him, go more offensive. Stay close to him, even stay under him, and a lot of his moves can just miss you.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. It's Star Scourge. I believe Numi has just beaten Renala and is on Star Scourge. If I have not confused myself on that. Those two are close together. They normally are not that close together. correct. Let's go. No. No Deathblade. No shackles? Oh, I do have a shackle, actually. Just forget about that. Is this even one of the ones where it does something to have a shackle? Nice. Our damage did not feel low on that one. They will collide. Ah. You found any of the shackles? I actually started with a shackle. I don't know all the places where they're useful. Margit's shackle. That damage was crazy. That was good damage. Worth for the drop still? No, probably not. Strike on Deathrite Bird is good, yep. I guess probably just the ones that feel like they're taking too long are probably just the ones that are resistant to strike. Like, is a Tree Spirit resistant to strike? Because if so, those were the ones that felt like they were taking the longest, I feel like. The word good doesn't exist in Elden Ring. We say broken. Right. Sorry, it's either that's trash or that's broken. Vextra says no, but it's Vextra. They're usually correct enough on those things. Yeah, I don't know then. I don't know why the Tree Spirits have felt like they've taken way longer than anything else. That's a big lobster. Game? Did it crash my game? Oh, gosh. Ow. It honestly might be worth it to do the skip down just so that I don't have to deal with the lobster. Actually, can you go down this way? Certainly go in here. I think you can go in this building and then it... Because I'd want to just go on those roofs down there, but that lobster is... Yeah, this'll do. This'll do. Okay. Why did I doing the skip too, though? I don't mean that skip. I don't mean the scary skip. I mean the easy skip. It doesn't skip a lot, but it just skips like a tiny bit of walking, and it's very easy. You literally just like look at the spot you want to land and you just jump down there. It's like, it's not like you need to precisely whatever. Free spirits have no physical defense percent resist. Huh. I don't know. Also, yo, what up? And thanks for the good luck.
For bringing here, and thus I shall farewell.
Rushes off Radon like it's nothing, but still won't fight a lobster. Yeah. Lobsters are scarier than Radon. It's a well-established fact. Unless game eats my jump input. Well, this wouldn't be a torrent jump input. This would just be like just jumping. It would be unlikely. Well, not completely impossible, I suppose. Ooh, getting enough for that would actually be pretty good, but twinned armor is still very strong so far. Which ending am I going? That doesn't... In a randomizer, that's kind of meaningless because you get endings by acquiring items. So whichever ones the randomizer randomly gives me. Gosh, sewer enemies are... Okay, nice. They took each other out. Oh, another explodey one. How strongly are the game doesn't give you much incentive to ever fight a lobster, except for the one in the sewers. What do you get from the one in the sewers? I mean, I know that near him there's the shackle, but you don't actually have to kill it, I'm pretty sure. Was that red-blue thing? Oh, that's from the DLC. The something worm. Well, 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 well. Build successfully changed. Bonk. Oh, my beloved. My absolute beloved. How we meet again, my old friend. Do I have an int, thing? I do. It only gets me to 14, and we need 18 int. Okay. And now it's even slightly lighter, so I can go scaled armor. My beloved. Bye-bye, trusty rusted spikes. Okay, you're kind of blocking the way there, so. Aha. Wait, pivot back? Wait, pivot back? I mean, we could pivot back. We got another great start. We could pivot back. Power stance. It's like, give it another shot, please. I insist. But I mean, when you see that, how can you... How could you do anything else? Does his power stance sound sick? It's kind of bad. Kind of just worse than not power stancing. It's not the worst thing, but it's not good. The power of doing 30 R2s in a row. Yep. As we should. Okay. Warp Axe would be good. Yeah, there's a lot of really good weapons, but Alablaster, my beloved. And it's not even currently doing as much damage as it... Actually, I don't need to rest. Because we're just going to do the skip first, then I'll warp back. Yeah. And I'll let efficiency come in the way of humor. I'm going to let my love of Alabaster come in the way of humor. I could never betray my faithful. It's 2 rusted spikes, use it. Not over Alablaster. You might, when we were just doing Great Stars, bye-bye. You might have been able to convince me. But Alablaster? Uh-uh-uh. I need you to get out of the way. Okay. Double check. Ooh, that's not how that skip usually goes, but that works. I didn't know you could land there. First time, every time. I can land anywhere I want. Great Stars was a time pass side weapon. Yes. Until we reach my beloved. Also, I should be putting points into int now. I don't need as much strength, but I need more int. I could actually respec now, might be not a bad idea. Oh, and I don't need green turtle talisman anymore. That doesn't actually do anything. Do I like melons? Honestly, not particularly. They're fine fruits, but give me like a strawberry or an apple or a banana. Are they even fruits? They've got to be, right? Maybe they're their own classification of thing. Honk. Some are they're good? Yeah. They're not bad. They're just not my favorites. Watermelons are berries, technically. And berries are fruits, right? So I think that counts. Got Ala blasted. Kiwi's goated. Kiwi. I don't know. Most like fruits, the textures are just not my favorite things. Fruit vegetable difference is not biological, but a culinary one, so arbitrary. Yeah. It's all just plants at the end of the day. Anything that grows on a plant and has seeds is a fruit. There you go. Pineapple is the best fruit, fight you. I definitely prefer strawberries and apples and bananas. You're basic. You're super basic, popular because they're good fruits. I mean, strawberry banana smoothie? Oh. Okay, more rune. That should get us enough int to at least use it with the int talisman. Cucumber is basically a melon, just long, a little sugar, very closely related. Huh. There's no real reason to open this door, but I'm doing it anyway. I guess there is if I ever needed to Memory of Grace out. Okay, what if I sneaky breaky? I do not like that hand there. Oh, that is a bad place. I can jump from there to there, though. I can avoid it, but it's gonna be... Okay. There we go. It's Rick! It's cousin! Didn't get the grace? What? We have the grace. That's the old grace. That's the grace from the start of the sewers. Okay, that should be enough for our int. Why? Oh, it's not? Almost, almost. Hold. Hey, with the family. All right, have a good one, Romulus. And so now, I'll just bump that out for int, and now we have enough stats that we get the magic portion of our weapon. Which is not a lot of damage, but it is more. It would be nice if we had some actual, like, true defense talismans. Because, like, max health is nice, but, like, true less damage taken is much better. I got the Alablaster, yep. My beloved. Oh. It just feels so right. Sacrifice the dual great stars. Look, at the time, I only sacrificed the one great stars. Just since then, we found a second. I prefer Alablasta or Sekiro, but that's like a whole different game. That's like not the same. Seriko, yeah, of course, yeah. Just use it once so you see how it looks. You want to see how it looks. It looks like this. Or the jump attack. Actually quite good. It's not bad. It's fine. It's fine. It would be fine. But it's not Alablaster. Clonk, 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 clonk. Yo, good morning. Bowls. Oh, my attack missed. That's quite bad. I would have staggered him. Like that. Okay. I know you like Alablaster, but what about Bonk with Anvil Hammer? We also have Anvil Hammer. We have so many good weapons here. We've got Alablaster. We actually started with Anchor, which was pretty good. Putrescence Cleaver, that's pretty fun. Double Great Stars, Black Steel Great Hammer, Anvil Hammer, Gazing Finger. And I guess that's it. Any big bonks. Ooh, worm face. Bad worm face. He is a sniper. The way for you to lock yourself out of some bosses and thus make the challenge unbeatable. Technically, yes, but not realistically. It's not, like, gonna happen accidentally. You have to, like, try to lock yourself out of bosses. And with the region locking that we're doing, it would make it even harder to lock yourself out of bosses. You'd run an Alabaster with base endurance and it wouldn't be a problem. Yep. Except that I wouldn't have a lot of defense at base endurance. Would be the only problem. But the stamina would be fine. Don't like you. Ah. Bear. Oh, it staggers bears. How could you say no? That crab just eating in the background, just minding its own business. Get staggered. If you kill Fia, the quest, she's just there. You then do the thing that's after killing Fia. Killing Fia, I think, right? Wait, no. Is that right? Wait, can you kill? I don't. I have never yet seen somebody locked out of Fortisax. People have claimed there's ways, but I have never seen somebody locked out of Fortisax yet. So if I see somebody locked out of Fortisax, then I'll be like, okay, yep, you're locked out. But I've never seen it yet. Because, like, the quest does end with Fia dead anyway. So I think if you kill her, it just speeds to the end of the quest. I don't know. Okay. Good arena for her, at least.
Stained by my curse. Such
Oh, I started it too far.
shall not be forgiven.
Yep. Got punished. Oh. She keeps using that at weird times. Okay, all right. Can you use some normal moves at some point? Thank you. Okay, well. Whew. That was some of the most mean RNG I've seen from her. Last shard for Millennia. The build is complete.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Allow me, you are unable to prevent the thorn. A husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like
Cool
to
place to fight her,
listen
to be honest.
and
Yeah.
guide you.
Okay, so good. It is just the Fell twins left. Good, good, good. That's what I was expecting. Wanted to double check. And we will get Morgoth's Great Rune after the Fell Twins, which will give us a bunch more health. So it really is all coming together. This wasn't in a magma pit this time, yeah. Well, near a magma pit. That was nearly an ideal arena. It's a bit small for her, but not overly small. So that was pretty much an ideal arena. Her arena would be more ideal. Or like Placidusax's arena or something where you just can't run out of space, but... Oh, we never got a Melina boss since she threatens to kill you, basically. Well, if you did, it would only be on, like, one of the endings, potentially. And I like that there's no ending-specific bosses. I think ending-specific bosses are bad. I don't like being locked out of bosses. Elden Ring 2 will have Melina boss. Maybe the one thing I dislike about Sekiro, yeah. I really... Like, the full Shura different boss, I'm kind of okay with. Because it's like an entirely different thing. It like goes so far into the thing that I don't like that it kind of wraps around into being like, I don't mind it actually that much. But the being able to miss out on Father Owl, who is my favorite boss, because you didn't at the correct time of day eavesdrop, like, get out of here with that. Wow, that's a really good Ashivore. Too bad I'm using a somber weapon. Didn't hate Headless as much as most people. The underwater one was kind of hilarious, I guess. Yeah. Headless, I still think is the worst boss in Sekiro, but it's still not, like, the worst boss ever made. It's just bad for Sekiro standards. Time to go back to Great Stars. I don't think you can put that on Great Stars. Can you? Black Blade. I think it's just Kindred. I don't think this is Valiant Gargoyles, but yeah, Kindred. Nice. Okay, just spam one move. Cool. Oh. Got him. Count Aigong as ending specific boss. I don't know how the endings work in Nine Souls. I thought it was just like more phases. or something. More phases. Like I guess it's more I don't want to be locked out of something as opposed to like you have to do more stuff to unlock something. If that, like, if it's like, oh, the true ending where you only get it if you've done all the things in the game has extra stuff, totally fine with that. As long as it's not, oh, sorry, you can't get the true ending because you didn't do the thing 4 hours earlier at this, where you had to do it at this specific time, where you had to do this specific thing. Like, that's the one where I'm like, oh, that sucks. Like, I'm okay with multiple endings, and I'm okay with you being able to, like, get to the different endings and, like, all this, but I don't like when you can completely lock yourself out of one of them based on having done or not done something much earlier in the game. If it's at the end of the game, you have to select which ending you're gonna go for, that I'm more okay with. Even if it's just, like, an explicit choice, even if it's early-ish in the game. If it's an explicit choice, I'm more okay with it. I still would rather not have it. I'd still rather, if anything, have it be at the end. But I'm more okay with an explicit choice as opposed to like, oh, you got locked out because you didn't this 7 hours ago. That's the one that really, like, annoys me the most. All right, on to Mount Gelmir. Wukong was okay in that part, at least. You get to go back and do all the secrets and won't get locked out. Yeah, I really appreciate when a game, if it decides to have, like, multiple endings or secret endings or whatever, makes sure that you can always go back and get the extra stuff and do the extra things to get it. I really appreciate that. I think that's cool. Like, Elden Ring would almost be a perfect example of that if after getting an ending and rolling credits, instead of like that's your ending now for this playthrough, you could go back and roll credits a second time for a second ending. If you could do that, Elden Ring does a pretty good job of that. I guess maybe you can lock yourself out of the Frenzy Flame ending, I'm not sure. But given that you can get the Frenzy and you can cure it, as long as they made those two, like, you could do them over and over. Like, if you cure it, but then you go back to the 3 fingers, you get the Frenzy again, right? Versus, you know, and then you keep the needle if you cure it, so you can cure it infinite times. It would pretty much... And then if you just weren't locked to an ending when you selected one and could go back through to the credits again, it would work. It would work. I would personally enjoy that. Whoops, I'm going the wrong direction. What sword is that? Alabaster Lord's sword. I got the Frenzy. If you cure it, you can't do it back. Right. Yeah. Which, like, I understand, I you know, maybe wouldn't work that great for Elden Ring specifically, but in general, it's something that I appreciate. Excuse me. The Alabaster. Definition of a toxic relationship with Melanie in that case.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Is that one thing you dislike about Lies of P, then, I assume? Can you lock yourself out of an ending in Lies of P? Isn't it just based on how much humanity you have by the end? Can't you... Is there a... If you always tell the truth. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's like slightly imperfect, but again, it's always explicit choices. And it doesn't lock you out of content as long as, like, everyone's going to get to the end with at least enough humanity to fight the extra boss. So, I'm pretty okay with it. Like, it would be nice if there was a way to get the true ending regardless, but I don't think it's... I don't think it bothers me that much. You're given explicit choices, and if you make the wrong explicit choice, that it's like, here is an option for you, then you can only get the mostly good ending instead of the true ending, and you still get to kill the final extra boss. Like, yeah, I'm fine with that. If you only got an extra boss for telling a lie on every single dialogue option in the entire game, you miss one and you're locked out, then I'd have a problem with it. Then it would have soured my experience at the ending of Lies of P, because I would have been locked out because I wasn't spoiling myself. And I would have, like, been like, oh, I have to play through the game again just to fight the extra boss. Not lying was how you got the true ending, was it not? Yes. Well, I mean, not lying and other things, but yeah. Doing quests, listening to, the vinyls, etc. Will you convince your friends to play Lies of P, and he finished this weekend, but didn't fight Nameless Puppet? No, he must do another playthrough. Yep, unfortunate. Really got to the end, saw the obviously wrong choice, and selected it anyway? Do that live just because they weren't paying attention to the dialogue. Friendship is currently being reviewed, to be honest. Yep. He didn't want to break the iron code. When you think about it, it kind of is that. I feel like the game makes it super obvious which dialogue to pick and it leads to another fight. Yeah. Oh, worm face. Wormface the champion. Now I am the champion. Final Fantasy X2 sucks for ending requirements. In fact, you can mess it up in the first 20 minutes? Wow. Also, hey, get out of here. You too, get out of here. Hell. Hooray. All that health. And you saw it when you were stuck at 99.9%. Oh, that's awful. As we played the games on easy, you got locked out from the last chapter. Oh. That one I kind of understand. Like, I'm always... Like, I feel like I remember that. I don't remember from what, but I feel like that has happened in at least one game that I played a while back. And I've always, like, gone into games like, you need to play it on at least normal to make sure that you get all the content. And I feel like that just hasn't... you just haven't been locked out of anything in years of games being made, but like I still always have that fear. I feel like somewhere that happened along the line in my history of playing video games, that I was locked out of something because I only played on easy as a child. Not like I only played on easy as a child, but like as a child in some game I played it, and the playing that I did of one game was only on easy and not on normal. Halo had the legendary only ending cutscenes. Yeah. Those are I like when there's something like a cutscene extra for doing it on the hardest difficulty. I think that's cool. Honestly, I'd probably even also be fine with getting an entire boss fight only on the hardest difficulty, personally. But that's also because I'm somebody who plays on the hardest difficulty, generally. The game's on easy as a child, gamer license revoked. I know. I can never recover from this shame. But kind of does that. Don't have to start a new game, just beat bosses on regular. Ah. Yeah, I feel like all this like extra content for doing certain things is always so particular. There's no like perfect rule for this is always good and this is always bad. It's just like Gelmir is patches. Mount Gelmir is patches. It's just like you don't want players to feel screwed over. And there's like many ways that you could do something that makes players feel screwed over. Wait, you were a child once? Gamer license revoked. Sheesh. Crazy boss fight. Since getting into FromSoft, I now play any other type of game on hard because normal feels too easy. Yep. Smackdown. This is a Sunday Smackdown. I guess it's kind of Monday now, but close enough. Oh! Full-grown Radon! Oh god, he's full-grown now! A slightly weird move. Got him. Remembrance. I think this Radon can still grow more. You think so? They developed this game in Japan. Yes, they are a Japanese studio, so I would assume they developed it in Japan. If you see him now, will his other phase show up in another boss fight? Yep. We have now done 2 of the Radons, but there's one more left somewhere out there. Thank you for the hydrate.
We rarely fascinate. So, about the bow, if you have, rise with your now you believe the drawing room. I am Tanit.
Okay. The final Radon. How old would you say Radon is? Well, I don't know how years work in Elden Ring, but he's almost certainly older than a Tarnished would live to be. He's been around for a while. Is he the oldest demigod? I actually don't know. I have no idea, actually. I guess it would probably be Godwyn. That he's 12. He just grows fast. Hate to break it to you, but he's dead now. Well, there's still one of him out there, so... out there somewhere. Oh, seppuku. Ooh, Grafty Scion? Oh, sorry, ulcerated Scion. Bonk. Okay, now I'm gonna do this part, and then we'll end with Volcano Manor for Gelmir. Hello. Wonder why you like this sword so much. Ah, well, let me tell you all about it. For just $19.95 plus 12 installments of shipping and handling, you can get pretty good reach. I mean, look at that. That's solid reach. You can get fast attacks. I mean, look at this. Look at these attacks. They're not, I mean, they might not seem as fast as something like, for example, a dagger, where you're like bop 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 bop, right? But even things that people think of as fast, something like a twin blade, which, you know, like, oh, it you know, spins around a lot. Well, technically, one input takes a little while before you're like fully done with it. You can chain it. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Compare that with 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, Obviously, this is still slower, but not particularly slower. It's fast compared to its contemporaries in the large sword category. Obviously, way faster than like these colossal swords, faster even than like Great Stars, or about as fast as Great Stars R1s. Approximately. They're close at least. But here's where it gets truly interesting. If I can get into combat with something. Are you in combat with me? Looks like it. Look at the stamina usage. Just count how many times I can swing before I'm out of stamina. Nope, not out yet. Nope, we're still going. We're still swinging. Compare that to Great Stars. You know, you still get a good number. Great Stars, pretty stamina efficient. Not that bad of a weapon, but we're out already. Sorry, we're out already. That's the main thing. The main thing is the stamina usage. But then it also does, obviously, like, great damage. I mean, just one-shot him. No big deal. Does great stagger. Has a very fast charge attack. Like, relatively, you know, like, obviously, it's still a charge attack. It still takes time. But fast compared to other charge attacks. It's got a nice wide sweep. So if you're, like, surrounded by enemies, you can hit multiple of them. It does good poise damage. It can stagger quickly. Like, what more could you want? Name something that you want your weapon to do, and this weapon does it, except for maybe like status. If you're really like, I want it to do status, it doesn't have status. But it does have the damage to kind of make up for not having status. Like, this weapon will still do more damage on all of its total swings than you would for something that has bleed on it. Even though something has bleed on it, you might get a bleed or two. This will overall outdamage most weapons. So it's kind of just... It's near the best or the best in the game at, like, everything. There's nothing that it does not do well. Oh, and my favorite thing, my second favorite thing about it, behind the stamina, it stun locks the heck out of anything that can be mini staggered, including, and I might even say especially, NPCs. It is an NPC destroyer, and I hate having to fight NPCs. The Ash of War, the Ash of War is fine on it. It's like a big AoE. Here, I'll show it off on this scarab. You do like... And like, it does about the same damage as an R1. It's in a big AoE, so that's good if you need to clear an AoE. But in general, it's just kind of slower. Okay. Animations are on the faster side of greatswords. Its animations are 100% on the faster side of greatswords. It's just fast, powerful, good stagger. Like, it seriously feels like it has everything you want. I think it even technically does pierce damage, which, like, what do you mean this is pierce damage? Huh? And against most enemies in the game, the most common thing that is the best against the most enemies is pierce. Why is this pierce? That's not pierce. Or at least that's what somebody told me. I haven't tested that. But I've been told that apparently this attack counts as pierce. For no reason. Gravity, which also interrupts most attacks. Yes, the Alabaster Lord's pull is definitely still useful. It's just like the tap R2 on it is so broken that it makes even a good Ash of War feel not good to use. Greatsword with pierce is insane, yeah. Didn't this sword belong to the person for one who taught Radon gravity magic? Something like that, yeah. It is a gravity sword, 100%. So, it might be bugged. It might be too strong because it might be bugged, or it might be intended to have all of these benefits. Look, this is a DLC guy, and we just, like, stagger lock him. I love my Alablaster. It's definitely not the best in every situation, but it's never bad. There's not a single boss in the entire game it is bad against. Whereas there are other weapons that are better than it in, you know, a lot of cases, where there's at least one boss that they're just bad against. Like the Starfist, there are bosses that you just cannot hit because they're too short. Even though the Starfist in a lot of situations is better than Alabaster. What do you block while running? It's in case I need to jump so that I don't get a landing animation. If you get a landing animation when you do a running jump, it'll like slow you down and prevent you from jumping again. So it's just a habit I have. I mean, also theoretically, you can see I blocked that shot that the enemy did, and it did less damage to me. Although it also knocked me back where I didn't want to go, but... in general, blocking attacks is, you know, a slightly positive thing. But mostly it's for the jumping thing. It's a speedrunner thing. Yeah, it's mostly a speedrunner thing. Can you not be shielded? Ah, thank you. Ow. Ow. No way I die to you. Sorry. That's just not happening. I might be really bad at fighting you, but I'm not that bad at fighting you. All I needed was one hit. What a health bar. Yep. Trying to Garg spindly legs with fist weapons is a nightmare. Exactly, yeah. Gargs, honestly, a lot of dragons, sometimes like Fortissax, it can be really hard to hit Fortissax with fist weapons. Like, fist weapons have the highest highs by far. But they've also got some pretty bad lows. Malekith too. Yeah, Malekith weirdly so. You're like right next to him and it just like doesn't hit. It's weird. Avatar's annoying but doable. Yep, yep. Because they've got that like hole in the middle of them. They've got Pectus excavatum. You remember which greatsword I liked? It's been a minute since I played. Usually go glass cannon with a stamina bar as long as your HP, so it doesn't really matter. Well, you don't need a long stamina bar if you just use the Alabaster Lord Sword. Then you can have the best of all worlds. Scammed? Wait, did you redeem a sound effect? The woo is on its own separate redeem. Oh, hippo. A magma hippo. Whoa, okay. I don't think I'm gonna get the riposte because he's weirdly positioned. Yeah. He's above me. Unfortunate. Oh. Okay, yep, just use all your worst moves back to back. This is fine. Oh, another worst move. Oh, but he got interrupted. Haha, dummy. Oh, your other worst move. Yep. Well, surely you're out of worst moves now. Well, that was your other worst move. Can you do something normal? No, your other worst move. Okay, no. This is, yep. No, another, yeah, another one. Another, yep. Okay, cool. A normal move. He's done one. Holy. Just infinite moves that don't let you get an attack in. One whole normal move. Magma Hippo is a very good name for a boss, though. It could go hard. But just not that Magma Hippo. You make the whole boss out of the worst move. Genius. He only has worst moves. Will you still replace Alablaster with Blasphemous Blade if you found it? Absolutely not. Not in a million years. You will not pry Alablaster out of my hands. Urge instantly see me? Apparently it does. Alright. Come over here then. I know this is a scary place, so I'm okay with taking it a little slow. A little safe. A little make sure things die. Oh, a revenant. Okay. Deathrite bird. I don't know if those will see me from far away. I'd like it to see me from far away so I don't have to clear out the whole village. It did. Okay. We just have one extra ford. Oh, and a dog. That's fine. Backing off. He doesn't want the Alablaster. Ow. Oh, not Burge. Oh my god. Not Burge. Oh my god. That is why I did not want to have to go through the village. Holy. Okay, we're gonna go way back. And hopefully it'll follow. On those stupid rocks where I can't hit him nicely. There we go. All right. It's always right under you. Okay. Whew. That was scary. Sacred Blade on a weapon? I do have Sacred Blade. And I could put it on a weapon, and I could swap over for specifically Deathrite Birds. But I'm not actually scared of Deathrite Birds. I'm only scared of an arena where there's a Deathrite Bird and something else that's hitting me. And in that case, I want the Alabaster to be able to kill with the other thing that's hitting me faster. So I think I'm still okay with not having a Sacred Weapon. Wait, I don't have the drawing room key? I thought I did.
That appeared, then please, the one I left this worthy to greets.
Well, I suppose not. Oh, I've discarded Palace Key that I haven't checked. Maybe it's in there. The Glovewar Picker's Bell Bring. I didn't mean right there. I thought I had it earlier. Ah, Drake Talisman. Okay, so we'll have to come back to Volcano Manor. Yep, because we're at 7 out of 10 for Mount Caelid. We're just missing the 3 in Volcano Manor. Okay. So then, that's the end of where we can do Mount Gelmir. So that is a perfect time to stop for the night. And then tomorrow we've got our Alabaster. We can blast through Caelid, which will hopefully get us the key, which then will let us finish up Mount Gelmir. And then we'll be on to the mountaintops. Mount Caelid? Did I say Mount Caelid? Mount Gelmir. Caelid next. All right. All right, all right. Thank Egg for stream. All right, let's find someone to raid here. How about... Well, Liv, who's doing some Kazaning. A fun game. We played a lot. And yeah, we'll give her a raid. And then she's going to be playing that Claire Obscure later, I believe. So, you know, if you don't want spoilers on that. But anyway, raid Mitriz 24/7. Oh, you guys, of course, all know who Mitriz 24/7 is. They need no raids. Well, yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.